Dear ladies and gentlemen, 2 years ago, we were together in person at first Adria Innovation Day in Portorož. A year and a week ago, we started the Adria Innovation Day 2020 with words that world has changed, and we executed the event online. We all expected a very different scenario this year, but at the end, it is quite same, but different. Most of participants again joined us online, while some are present here in City Hotel in Ljubljana. Despite hybrid mode, I believe that we will have a great time together today and share the knowledge and also best practices in various fields of raw materials. So welcome to Adria Innovation Day 2021. This year's edition of the flagship raw materials event in Adria region will focus on two main points, and these are social license to operate and specific legislative challenges in the raw materials sector. I am not Bond, James Bond. I don't have license to kill, and I am Aleš Ugošek, and I acquired the license to speak today and to moderate this event, and I will be really happy to guide and host you through the entire day and entire event. We will start with few opening speeches, and this will be followed by legislative framework part. After the coffee break, we will dive into social license to operate in Adria region and beyond, get to know a few showcases also from other RIS countries, and after the lunch break, and we will wrap up this event with a great panel discussion about some problematic issues at the moment in Western Balkan, and we will also critically evaluate current practices and try to set some next steps to a brighter future and higher level of social license to operate. So going back to social license to operate, or simply social license, this refers to the ongoing acceptance of a company or industry standard business practices and operating procedure by its employees, stakeholders, and also general public or community. So why is social license so important? It is so important because it is a very strong and powerful indicator to frame trust. It gives the active role to the people and also to the communities in granting ongoing acceptance and approval of how companies and also industries run their businesses. And the acquisition of social license to operate represents one of the major obstacles for the exploration mining industry in Europe and successful implementation of circular economy in European Union. And this is also the reason that this topic is so heavily covered at this event. Furthermore, legislative framework and challenges in Adria region and Adria countries will be presented by the country-specific cases with the highlight of lessons learned during their implementation. To keep the timeline of this conference, each speaker today has a limited amount of time, and I will gently interrupt each of you. So 2 minutes or 1 minute before the end of your speech, so that you will know that you won't go over your time limitation. And the first speaker today will share a short general EIT raw materials presentation, followed by a presentation of legislative bottleneck in European Union, addressed with analysis done within European Raw Materials Alliance activities. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome Krzysztof Kubacki, General Manager of EIT Raw Materials Eastern Collocation Center. Krzysztof, the virtual stage is yours. Welcome.
Thank you, Aleš, and thank you for the nice introduction. I feel a little bit like in a Groundhog Day because Aleš has been the host last year, and it really is a bit of a repetitive feeling that we are again meeting online, and there seem to be the same people that sometimes you have not even met physically. I think what I would like to say in this opening speech, first of all, is that the transition to green circular economy, as laid out in the EU Green Deal that was announced in December of 2019, has a significant impact on the raw materials sector in Europe, and not only in Europe. And that has the potential for our sector to be, again, a very important one, to indeed be a strong one in Europe. And this is very much in line with the vision of EIT Raw Materials, the organization that I represent, because our vision is to turn the raw materials sector into a major strength for Europe. But I think in this case, it is actually much more, or goes much beyond the EIT Raw Materials, and it requires a collective effort to ensure that we have the raw materials that are required for the EU Green Deal and for the transition to the green circular economy. If you look at the requirements for the transition to the Green Deal, you clearly see that there is a increasing demand for not only critical, but also base, precious, and other specialty materials that will be critical for running the electromobility, renewable energy, and energy storage. And if we want to make sure that we have those supplies of the raw materials, we must act now. Today, European Union is quite heavily dependent on the import of these raw materials from other countries. And many of these countries are actually not low-risk countries if you look at them from the geopolitical perspective. So we tend to import many of the critical and important raw materials from countries like China, Russia, or some other jurisdictions that, again, create some risk on the geopolitical level. If we want to bridge the gap and we want to secure the supply of raw materials from sustainable sourcing to Europe, we must make sure that we have a collective action at the European level to make this reality. And for that purpose, European Raw Materials Alliance was launched in September of last year. And the European Raw Materials Alliance is an alliance that was launched by the European Commission, and the European Commission has mandated EIT Raw Materials to coordinate this alliance for the two main purposes. On the one hand, we have created a stakeholder consultation platform where we want to get rid of the different types of bottlenecks that are existing in the raw materials sector today. And on the other hand, as a second point, we have also launched the raw materials investment platform to support specific investment projects in the raw materials sector. Now, the bridging the supply gap in Europe does not only require developing new deposits, it also requires looking at the entire value chain of the raw materials sector and looking at midstream and downstream recycling and circular economy. However, we must be very clear about the fact that if we want to increase the supply of raw materials such as lithium, cobalt, nickel, copper in Europe, we must make sure that we also develop new deposits, because it is simply not possible to cover the full demand from only recycling or third-party sources, because this will just not be enough. And that's a simple fact. And if you want to develop new mineral deposits in Europe today, you must be aware of the things that come to the forefront, and there are two of them. The first one is it takes longer today to develop a new mineral deposit than it took on average in the 2-3 decades ago. 2-3 decades ago, it took about 10 to 15 years from discovery to production on average for a mineral deposit. However, today, this time is probably between 15 and 20 years. So it takes longer for a deposit to be extracted and the mineral to be produced from that deposit. And then the second thing is that the majority of the risks, in contrast to what was in the past, are not underground, but are actually overground. So it means that you need to obtain the social license to operate to be able to develop a deposit. And as technically hard as our sector is, as many technical challenges we face underground with any deposit development, it is actually the overground challenges that may influence or even kill any investment project. So for that purpose, we must ensure that for the investments in Europe, the investors obtain the social license to operate. And this is the topic of our meeting today. And I would say that on the one hand, every investor, every company must make sure that they address this issue early on. We have to make sure that the stakeholder consultation is being carried out already at an early exploration phase. That's number one. And number two, we need to draw on good examples of projects that are talking about or addressing the issue of the social license to operate, including also the EU-funded projects. There are some specific examples. I would just name one, which is called the INFACT project, and it's an EU-funded project that is exactly addressing the social license to operate. There are also some other projects that we have in the portfolio of EIT Raw Materials, and I hope that the discussions today will center around the best practices and how we can ensure that the development of new mineral deposits in Europe is done in a sustainable and transparent fashion, such that it includes the stakeholder consultation and such that it gets the buy-in from the stakeholders, from the local communities and from the region. And I am really looking forward to those discussions today. I hope that we will get the views from the region and also from other regions, so we can exchange the ideas on what is it that we must do collectively to ensure that the social license to operate is able to be obtained for the critical development of projects in the region. And I hope that we will come away with some tangible ideas on what we can do better, and also ideas on what can European Union and European Union entities such as EIT Raw Materials support in the future, so that it creates some common good. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of EIT Raw Materials, and I would like to hand over to Aleš back. Thank you.
Krzysztof, thank you very much for your nice welcoming words from your really broad perspective, and it was great to see you again, unfortunately, online. I hope that we will have an opportunity to meet in person someday, sometime, somewhere, hopefully next year. And we go to the next welcome speaker, and next welcome speaker is the director of one of the organizers, and I warmly welcome Miloš Bavec, the director of Geological Survey of Slovenia. Miloš, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Aleš. Thank you, Krzysztof. First, allow me to give a big thank you to Adria Regional Hub, EIT Raw Materials, and the organizing team that again managed to organize an event that nearly resembles normal times. I must say that I envy those who are able to be in the venue in Ljubljana. Unfortunately, I have to be with you from my home office for several reasons. It's been 500 years since the mercury ore has been located in Adria, and shortly after it has been mined and extracted. Of course, it happened thousands of years since our civilization has already relied and developed based on mining and processing of metallic and non-metallic mineral resources. From the very early ages, mining was also governed by some rules, concessions, legislation. Some kind of a social agreement for its use has been needed throughout the history. Social license to operate is far from being a new age invention. It has been basis for extractive industries for millennia. And still, even nowadays, even more than ever, is one of the key factors determining exploration, extraction, processing, and even marketing of key natural commodities coming from the Earth's interior and its surface. Still, inevitably, Europe and the rest of the world bases its development on mineral resources, on raw materials in general. It is true that the main focus at this moment of time are the new, significant, and critical raw materials. And it is true that we aim to, and we have to, use them in a sustainable manner, following the concepts of circular economy, and that green is a paramount. All these are necessary and form the basis for social acceptance of this industry. To achieve the social acceptance, legislation has to be in place and has to be up to date with the needs and requirements of modern society. Information has to be exchanged and, so importantly, available to public as much as possible. Hiding information does not pay. In Slovenia, Geological Survey of Slovenia provides professional support to the Ministry of Infrastructure that controls the mining industry in Slovenia, in collaboration formalized as mining public service. Within this public service, professional background for mining strategy is prepared and mineral policy in general is supported. Mining registry book is maintained and updated. Special planning at the national level is supported, and archives of selected samples and technical documentation is kept. Geological Survey of Slovenia also monitors waste deposits of closed mines and their impact to environment, and if necessary, suggests mitigating measures. As said before, exchange of information, exchange of good practices examples is crucial to achieve and sustain social acceptance. ELT Raw Materials, its regional hub Adria, are supporting this. And today's event is an important step towards sustainability of this industry in the region. I wish that today's event a great success. Thank you.
Milos, thank you very much for your kind words. It was nice to hear that social license to operate is not actually something new or newly invented, but it is much harder to implement it now because of global demands and goals. So thank you once again, and I warmly welcome our next welcoming speaker, and this is the representative of the second co-organizer, the Slovenian National Building and Civil Engineering Institute, and I warmly welcome the director, Aleš Žnidarič. Aleš, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Aleš. Distinguished guests, distinguished lecturers, dear participants, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this exciting event for the third year in a row. Unfortunately, again, primarily via internet connection, which definitely it's not the same as we had 2 years ago in Portorož. Recent OECD projections suggest that consumption of raw materials will double over the next 40 years, mainly due to the construction activities as a consequence of population growth and urbanization. The same study says that secondary raw materials will become significant in the raw material industry only after 2030. The year 2030 represents another significant milestone, as by then, Europe has committed itself to reduce its carbon footprint by 55%, all in light of becoming the first carbon neutral continent in 2050. The challenge remains how to influence the raw materials and construction sectors to accelerate their activities towards these essential goals. Insufficient use of secondary raw materials in construction is not due to the shortage of good practices or sustainable innovation. These exist, and I dare to say that the Slovenian National Building and Civil Engineering Institute, with its partners, within EET raw material community and beyond contributes to them. Unfortunately, international investigations and examples from practice, some of which were well present in the media, confirm that the biggest obstacle is our mentality, which does not accept different, more sustainable behavior. Maybe on the policy level, but certainly not in practice. We seem not to comprehend that municipal, industrial, or construction waste does not disappear, and we send it to another country or even a continent does not provide a solution. Environmental impacts are always global, and only a shared commitment will overcome the greatest challenge of our time, the global warming. Therefore, I welcome the topic of today's conference. I hope that you will find at least some answers to increase interest in and acceptance of all sustainable solutions in local communities and society in general. The use of secondary raw materials is one of these sustainable solutions. I look forward to working together towards achieving these goals, and I wish you a successful Innovation Day 2021.
Aleš, thank you very much also to you for these kind words. And I hope and also I believe that we will change a little bit of mindset and thinking of today's representatives and guests. So I'm also looking forward to all presentations. And next presentation, I am really looking forward because it will be given by a person who is present live in person here. And this presentation will be given from the event organizer, so Regional Center Adria, EIT Raw Materials Hub, which covers the area of Slovenia, Croatia, and the wider Western Balkan mission and activities in 2022. And this will be presented by, yes, one and only Ursza Scholz. Ursza, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Aleš, for these kind words. Yes, I'm live and I'm here and happy to be here with you, with also some guests here, also present in person, and others joining us online. I hope you see my presentation, and for the next few minutes, I would like to present the mission and activities of our Regional Center Adria, EIT Raw Materials RIS Hub. Regional Center Adria started operating back in started operating back in 2018 with the mission of involvement less represented countries in knowledge and innovation community EIT raw materials activities. Our hub is covering Slovenia and Croatia with an outreach to Western Balkan countries as seen on this slide. All three institutions here on the slide are founding members: Geological Survey of Slovenia, Slovenia National Building and Civil Engineering Institute, and Faculty of Mining, Geology and Petroleum Engineering from University of Zagreb. Our team represents interface between EIT raw materials and local risk knowledge triangle, offer information about our activities, funding, networking events, new potential business partners, project ideas, and business support for stakeholders in our region. We provide expertise to national, regional, and local authorities and try to mobilize, connect, and internationalize national regional networks. We also try to identify funding and project opportunities. These activities are divided into three pillars: matchmaking and networking activities, which create a stakeholder network; then business creation and support activities, mostly through workshops and presentations of EIT raw materials programs, and learning and educational activities. First, let's have a look into our most important matchmaking and network events in last and this year. First edition of Adria Innovation Day was organized back in 2019 in Portorož, and last year edition focused on business opportunities and challenges in the Adria region. As maybe some of you remember, we also had a pitching competition which was organized, and the winning idea, called Our Club One, is showing a great progress in reaching the market. Industry symbiosis workshops were organized in Slovenia and Croatia in the last years on specific topics. The last edition in Slovenia focused on recycling and waste industry under Slovenian Chamber of Commerce. Business creation and support activities are limited to organization of some workshops and business courses to support the most early phases of the development of business ideas. Therefore, we organized some workshops in Slovenia and in Croatia, some online and also some hybrid events in the last year. And in Slovenia, we established cooperation with Ljubljana University Incubator, which is continuing these activities. This September, we organized a hackathon called Adriathon, with an objective to develop innovative and efficient solution for activation of the waste exchange market run by a Croatian Chamber of Economy. The event gathered professionals, researchers, and entrepreneurs from all over the world. Well, the issue or the challenge was based in Croatia, but actually the participants were really from all over the world. And they tried to determine how to tackle the challenge of circular economy. The winning team, the aggregates, and their waste, no waste idea showed the best dedication, teamwork, and knowledge, while they invested many working hours through very intensive work. What about our learning and education activities? We are carrying out a so-called Adria internship program since 2019. With an objective to improve professional opportunities for students, for master students of sector-related studies in Adria region. The program is implemented by the University of Zagreb, so the Faculty of Mining, Geology and Petroleum Engineering. And in recent years, so in 3 years of the program, this program has really grown and facilitated a matchmaking process between more than 50 participants and 30 organizations. We are glad to announce that continuation of this program will be held as so-called RIS internship after 2022. And it will expand towards the whole East European RIS countries. So we are trying to also give information and present to Slovenian students and lecturers the possibilities run under EIT Raw Materials Academy, so with different masters and PhD education programs, and also through courses, trainings, summer school, winter schools, which are offered under this program. I would also like to mention quickly our involvement with the Junior Achievement Skills for the Future program. We started cooperating with JA Slovenia, Zavod za spodbujanje podjetnosti mladih, at the beginning of the school year 2019-2020, and we are continuing the cooperation also in last and this school year. We are organizing or supporting some other online training courses and webinars. This year, we co-organized ROMAT COP Academy with some participants from Adria region. And in last month, we co-organized RM Tech Flow webinars focused to tech transfer offices and researchers how to bring their tech solutions to the market. So some upcoming events in 2021. We plan to organize another edition of Industry Symbiosis workshops this year focused on Foundry Sense. This will be organized until the end of the year. And some upcoming activities in 2022. So again, repetition of Adria Innovation Day in 2022, but with high hopes that for the live event, and also changing the location, so not in Slovenia, but we hope to organize an event in another Adria country. Then other activities are found in Synergy Forum for Businesses, planned to organize in Croatia. We will continue the cooperation with Junior Achievement Program in Slovenia and continue to organize and support some risk education activities in our region. So thank you very much for your attention. Here are some links to follow, to be updated regarding all the events and opportunities offered by Regional Center Adria and of course EIT raw materials knowledge innovation community. Thank you.
Urša, thank you for this kind presentation. I'm really looking forward that next year we won't be together just in person, but also that we will be somewhere outside of Slovenia. So not just great hopes, but I think this is a very meaningful goal. And I am also looking forward to the next presenter. We go to the next step, to the next level of today's event, and we will talk about legislative framework. And the first speaker today is also present here in City Hotel in Ljubljana, and it will give an introduction of legislative state of the art in Adria region. And this will be given by Mateja Košir from Regional Center Adria EIT Raw Materials Hub. Mateja, the stage, and yes, 10 minutes are yours.
Thank you very much, Aleš, for that kind introduction. After 3 years, we are already quite smooth, I would say. So if the presentation is rolling, yes, it is. So good morning, everyone, especially to the present here in the audience and to the present there in the online. As we elaborated several times, we are sad that we cannot all meet in person, but plans for the future are set. So next year, we will go, let's say, we are aiming higher. So I'm Mateja, I'm coming from Regional Center Adria, and I'm also a researcher, material scientist in the field of, let's say, circular economy. I'm coming from Slovenian National Building and Civil Engineering Institute, and today with this presentation, I will set the tone to introduce the policy framework which is influencing the legislation in the field of raw materials in the Western Balkan region, basically in the Adria region. So, it's working? Just a second, we have some technical issues. Now it is. green one. Now it's working. Apologies. And now we will go fast further. So as I mentioned, I will introduce the policy framework which will influence in the next years, in the next decade, the legislative framework in the Western Balkan countries. Just next slide. Yeah, perfect. What is one of the major external factors for the legislative adaptation in the Western Balkan countries is the accession of these countries to the European Union. They identified during this process key challenges, which are the most, let's say, problematic and has to be improved during the accession process. And these are horizontal legislation, air quality, waste, water, industrial pollution, risk management, and nature protection. These all those are strongly connected to the raw materials sector. And they will be addressed, and they are addressed currently in the process of accession. We have 3 countries which are candidate countries. They started the process, they are adapting the legislative procedures from the European Union. And also adopting several strategies. 2 are potential candidates, and they are starting the process. So a lot will happen on the legislation and changes in the legislation to adapt to the current needs. The second external motivation is the Green Deal. It's as a primary strategic focus of the European Union, and it's important for sustaining the society as we are, and let's say for our future. This is the crucial strategic document. It will include the transformation of industry, society, and ecosystems for a sustainable future. And it will provide a shift, and it will provide a framework for move towards circular economy. On the right, you have a set of all actions which are included here. I will just point again: legislation, transformation, to adapt to the needs, the stakeholders consultation process during the legislative changes. And social acceptance is crucial for all stages. And one of the most important for the Western Balkan area is also the just transition to leave no one behind, that the Western Balkan area could bridge the gap to the European Union. But if we put the Green Deal objectives and goals towards the e-mobility, for example, it puts also a pressure on the other side due to demand for certain materials. And this results in fast changes in legislation. I think we are all aware of certain range of events which are happening in Serbia, why they are happening. It's a complex political situation. It's a socio-economic background, and cases from the past in the region, especially focusing on the mining activities and also some industrial sites, they were heavily polluted. And this is a bad example which people have in mind. And this results in a sensitive topic where society reacts immediately. But we are aiming to reach the Green Deal strategic objectives. How to reach them without the, let's say, social acceptance of the raw material sector. The Green Deal, European Union sets a certain strategic actions and implementation of a green agenda for the Western Balkan area. Because they identified the problematics, they know that the region needs support here, support also in the funding to have a transition to the Green Deal. We all know that Western Balkan area has a high potential in primary and secondary raw materials exploration due to its location. There are several investment opportunities, but however, there are needs for to reclamation of several environmental issues, to capacity building, to sustain the strong human capacity in the region, and to prevent the brain drain, which is one of the highest problems in the area. This will result, of course, in sustaining the economic stability in the region, which is much needed, and in positive social impacts, reflecting afterwards in a positive acceptance of activities connected to the raw materials sector. So a green agenda, recently, I think it was in Slovenia, they finally concluded or accepted the action plan for the implementation of the green agenda for the Western Balkans. There is a set of actions, and these actions are summarized in 5 pillars. One is cleaning energy sources, protecting the climate. This is connected to the transition from coal to other renewable energy sources. EU will support aligning with the climate legislations in European Union, will support the Western Balkan region in projects towards renewable energy sources, and also to smart mobility solutions, as the pollution is one of the, let's say, hot and very problematic issues in the region. Second is moving towards circular economy. Here is the pillar strongly connected to raw materials sector, because here they are intending to develop strategy to improve sustainability of raw material production. This is crucial for the social acceptance. Sustainability is the highest here. And also in preparing strategies for recycling, managing waste, and preventing waste. This is the first step, actually. So the third pillar is depolluting air, water, and soil. As I mentioned, area has many issues with the environmental pollutions from past activities, industrial, mining, and this needs to be put on another level, and it's a very important pillar. The fourth is building sustainable agriculture and food systems. Important, as 10% of GDP in the area is from the agriculture sector. So this sector needs a support. And fifth, protecting biodiversity and ecosystems. This is the last pillar where people are sometimes the most sensitive, and it's important for the overall society and for the well-being of our, let's say, kids and for our future. Ecosystem has to be in balance. So these 4 pillars of activities are strongly connected with the raw material sector. And if this action plan will be implemented, it will result in a higher social acceptance of activities connected to the raw material sector. So I would say now it's time for action. All stakeholders should go towards the goals in a transparent way and build the future, to build a positive future for the region, for the society, and for the population, for the people in the area, to advance, also to innovate, and at the end, better future for all. So thank you. That is all from my side. I hope this was an insightful presentation on the, let's say, topical policy framework which will influence the legislative aspects.
Mateja, thank you very much for this kind, insightful presentation. Indeed, it was, and I'm glad that you also pointed out that Green Deal makes an opportunity, but also needs for large amount of raw materials, which is causing specific issues, and these issues needs to be solved and addressed very quickly. And some of this legislative will also, or the more about the European Union mining legal framework will be given by the next speaker, who is not present with us today in Ljubljana, but he is joining us online, and this is Manuel Regueiro, Technical Advisor of the Spanish National Research Council and the Vice President of International Affairs. Manuel, welcome aboard, and I give you your 15 minutes for your presentation, which I am really looking forward to it. Manuel, I just need to notice that we can't hear you, so we are just checking if something is wrong on your side or on our side. So just please give us a second or two. We can see that you are not muted, so some just technical issues. And yes, the technical crew is showing me that everything is fine. So Manuel, please start again.
Yes. So can you hear me now? Yes, okay. Well, thank you very much for inviting the EIT Raw Materials Regional Center Southern Spain to your Adria Innovation Day. We are very happy to share with you the knowledge we have about the legislative framework in Europe, because I think you are not aware very well of what are you going to into when some of the Adria countries join Europe. But this presentation will cover the EU countries that are inside the Adria region. So it's important to know that, first of all, in Europe, there is a subsidiarity principle. So they, in terms of mining legislation, they only allow individual countries to have their own legislation. And this is the result of that is, let me see if I can. Okay, the result of that is what you will see now very quickly, because we only have 15 minutes. This project that I will present to you, I will present to you the key figures basically, and some of the key findings, but not all the project, because it will not be possible in this time. The project is called MINLEX, and it's a study of the legal framework for mineral extraction and permitting procedures for exploration and exploitation in the EU. And this was done in 2017. And it covered only non-energy minerals onshore, offshore, and the status in the value chain, both exploration, extraction, and to a mineral extent post-extraction. But the important thing about this project, if I may tell you, is that it gives you a quick view of the situation in Europe, which is, in my opinion, complex in terms of legislation, because each country has its own legislation and its own rules. And this means that it's difficult to see exactly what's going on how can you unify this, basically under the subsidiarity principle of the EU. The project covers all EU members. It also integrates feedback from the European Commission. There are 28 country reports. The participants were 48 country experts. There were 65 reviewers, including the authorities of each country. So as I say, Croatia and Slovenia, for example, or Italy and Greece, they have the individual report, what's going on there. And also one very important thing, how to request a permit, both concession or exploration or investigation in each of these countries. There are 95 fact sheets on EU legislation, and we have collected over 1,000 laws. And this is the main problem. There are 1,000 laws covering mining legislation in the whole Europe. This is the participants from the different parts of Europe. The project was commissioned by the DG for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship, and SMEs on the European Commission. And it was to describe and identify the legal framework, and also mapping the competence entities, because there are so many, and the legislation. And also another important thing is we have made a survey on court cases. So because many of these things on the social license to operate, unfortunately end up in court cases between either the companies and the government, or the companies and the people. And so, and another important thing that you will want to know, because I think Christoph mentioned this, is the success rates on permitting, which is also interesting to see, and also the time span it takes to from starting an exploration to opening a mine. The ownership of the mining properties is completely different in the different EU countries. And in some cases, 10 countries, high value minerals are state owned, but low value minerals are land owned. And this also is complex, because what is a low value mineral or a high value mineral depends on many things. For example, critical raw materials or even rare earths were not important in the past, and now they're very important. The state is the owner of all mineral resources in 8 countries. Mineral resources onshore belong to the landowner in 6 countries, and low value minerals belong to the landowner in others for free for any operator in 10 countries. So as you see, only the ownership of the mining properties is a mess in Europe. And this is the crucial figure. Here you can see the different countries analyzed and the mining, the legislation affecting mining, which can be mining legislation directly, but can be nature conservation, land use planning, cultural heritage, environmental, water management, transportation, and many others. And as you can see here, the number of legislation affecting the different countries is very variable. But here, for example, Spain has a lot of mining legislation or acts or laws in a particular land use case. And this is obviously because also we have 17 autonomic governments, and then each government has its own legislation. So this is, sometimes it makes it complex, sometimes it's not so complex, but the reality is that we have too much legislation. We have studied whether the centralization of a government, so for example in Spain we have autonomic governments, and in Germany they have lenders, for example, affects the number of laws. And you can see here that for example Spain, which is decentralized, has a lot of laws, but Croatia, which is not so much centralized, doesn't have has also many laws. So it's difficult to understand why, but there is not an obvious relation between the centralization or decentralization and number of laws. Here you have the number of authorities in the different countries, and in these other countries there's only one authority. So why there are so many laws, nobody knows. The specific mining legislation, the mining laws or bylaws, in each country you see here, for example, Italy has 29, Croatia has 27, or Poland 29. Some other countries like Luxembourg 6, or Austria 4, the Flanders 3, and Wallonia 6. These are two, say, different parts in Belgium. The environmental legislation, this is the key issue. We have seen before that the Green Deal will need minerals, but the Green Deal doesn't seem to count the fact that there are huge amount of environmental permits needed to exploit a mine or a quarry in Europe, and these studies are lengthy and costly. It has been estimated that when there is an environmental assessment required, in some countries the process is delayed between 1 and 3 years. So who is going to invest on this? One of the main reasons why the approval of the environmental impact assessment is lengthy is because now is public participation is required in all the countries. This obviously is a good thing to do, but it delays the approval. Another reason for the delay in the resolution of environmental permits, and this is not only, are the legal appeal procedures normally related to social acceptance problems. So again, see that social permit to operate includes these obviously lengthy delays in environmental approvals. And conditions could be worse if public acceptance is decreased because there is a nature conservation area. But I have to remember the Nature 2000 area does not mean that you cannot exploit mines or quarries. And there are cases here. I don't want to enter on this because we have no time. And this is the number of environmental legislation in each of the EU countries. You can see here Croatia also with a huge number, 38, or Spain with 24 laws. Some others do not have so much legislation, but as you can see, it's very variable. And nature conservation legislation, for example, Italy has 20. Remember that Italy also has regional governments. But for example, in the case of, I don't know, Croatia, it's only 7, Denmark 6. So many legislation, United Kingdom 8. Water management legislation, you can see here Hungary has 10, Croatia 6, Spain 4. So again, affecting mining permits. Land use planning and soil management legislation. Here you can see that because of the autonomic governments, we have many land use planning legislation. This is also one constitutional thing that is depending on the autonomic governments. You can see here that most of the countries do not have so many land use plannings, but some others, some do have, like Italy, Croatia, Spain, or United Kingdom. Infrastructure legislation that can affect also a mining permit, because your permit can affect a railway or a road or a dam. Here you can see that Italy has 20 legislation compared like to Spain that has 0. In cultural heritage, another part of the legislation that can affect a mining permit, 21 legislation in Spain because of the autonomy governments. Rest of the countries under 4, except the United Kingdom that has 6. Other legislation that can affect mining permits that you can see so varied that it's difficult to. They have to put it. We have to put it in one box. On average, in Europe, you need to. There are 3.03 authorities involved in the permitting for onshore exploration and 4 for onshore extraction. One-stop shop service, like in Denmark, lower real-time frames. This is very efficient, but it happens in very few countries. Multiple authorization permitting regimes means longer real-time frames, high uncertainty. In Spain, for example, 3 to 7 years to receive a mining permit. The average length is 7.5 months if there are no environmental impact assessment proceedings. And 9 jurisdictions, 9 countries have one-stop shops, not 1, but 9. So that means in 9 countries at least, it's quicker. This is a table of the number of authorities versus the number of legislation. You can see here relevant authorities in some countries are, for example, Hungary 69, but legislation governing is 63. But for example, in the case of Spain, we have 103 authorities, or Slovakia has 113 authorities, and we have in Spain 112 legislation. In Slovakia, only 63. This is, as I said, a quick view of all these things, but you could download the report and see your particular country. This is
Manuel, just apologizing. Yes. 2 minutes left.
Okay, very quickly. We have made the exploration permits success rate, and you can see here the different success rates in exploration permits, in extraction permits, and both extraction and exploration permits. You can see in exploration permits, many times are quite successful or quickly, and others, and exploration is not so much. I don't have time to view all the different cases. The court cases we have analyzed here, you can see the subject of court cases and permitting administrative issues are 21% of the court cases, financial problems 13%, and the rest lower cases, but Natura 2000 court cases are 7.3 around Europe. There are many permitting main problems that I have listed here: internal causes, external causes, bottlenecks that you can review if you want when you are allowed to see this presentation. Solutions. We propose defining mineral resources interest extraction priority zones, like in the Austrian Mineral Resources Plan, accelerating judicial time sometime, one-stop shops for the exploration phase, which is very successful in some countries, and maybe a concession directive for non-energy raw materials. There is a concession directive in Europe, but only for hydrocarbons, and maybe a creation an EU mining agency, as there is an EU environmental agency. Other solutions is application of the EC guidance in, for example, environmental assessment, etc. In the concessions directive that I have mentioned before, and that's all, because we don't have time. Thank you very much. You can download the report there, and you can see the results and the recommendations also there. Thank you very much.
Manuel, thank you very much for this presentation, and thank you for keeping the timing. I will take a minute or two to give you one question after related to your presentation. There was a graph, a very good graph, that the number of acts, I saw that the number of acts is the lowest in Western and Northern European countries and highest in Southern European countries, for example, Italy and Spain, and also Southeastern European countries, Croatia, Bulgaria, and so on. You said that nobody knows why is this so, but I believe that you have your own opinion. Are you willing to share this opinion with us?
Yeah, but as I say, we compared. We thought, okay, this is because it's decentralized. So Spain and Italy, they are decentralized. In Italy, you have regions. In Spain, autonomic governments. So that's clear that every autonomic government or region produces a lot of legislation on their own. But Croatia doesn't have a decentralized government, and still they have lots of laws. I believe that this probably comes from previous regimes where there were many laws. I don't know, but we haven't been able to understand why is this, and we cannot say, okay, decentralized countries are better because they have less laws, because it's not the case. And so why, we don't know.
Manuel, thank you for your answer. Please stay with us. I will try to get you back after next two presentations. So we will have a small discussion at the end. I also have one more question or two more questions for you, but we go further on with our next speaker today, and she will give us a presentation of challenges in implementation of law on primary and secondary raw materials. And I warmly welcome Diana Varlec from Croatian Chamber of Economy, and she's covering area of recycling. So Diana, the stage and the next 15 minutes are yours, please.
Thank you. I would like to say hello to everybody who are present in the audience and online. I'm just going to share my screen. I hope you all see it. Can somebody just confirm that everything is visible? Thank you. I hope you see it. Well, since we had this presentation previously from Mr. Ruggero, I think I cannot say anything different except that this challenge that we have with different institutions in Croatia is really, really huge. But recently we actually had experienced merger of two different ministries covering the issue regarding the resource management. So previously we had the Ministry of Economy, Entrepreneurship and Crafts, and the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Energy. Now they are all in one ministry, Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development. And one would think that since this is one ministry, things would be simpler, but no, the challenge still remains. And this is because the issue is actually covered with two different directorates. And this is just basic legislation. So the legislation related to land use planning is still in different ministry, and it's actually the basic law that gives you the framework where you can do anything. The one other thing that is actually also crucial is that you have the inspectorate, national inspectorate, that's actually looking all over the things that are happening in Croatia. I also would like to say that in last yesterday and the day before yesterday, we had a national mining forum. And actually it issued the same difficulties that were presented during the previous presentation. We still have a huge number of laws. We still have a very, very difficult road to navigate if you want to be investor. The only positive side is that we are a country that is not actually rich in raw materials. So we have to focus our activities in the secondary raw materials. And this is something that is actually in the priority activities in European legislation as well. So this was the quick overview of what's going on the legislative side. And as you saw, the number of laws that was listed previously, if you divide them in primary raw materials and secondary raw materials, one directorate, so from this slide, the Director for Industry, Entrepreneurship and Crafts is covering primary raw materials. And the Director for Environmental Impact Assessment and Sustainable Waste Management is covering secondary raw materials. So when you are actually in the business, it's very hard to navigate. Not to say that our legislation, especially related to environmental impact assessment, sometimes can go even more than 3 years. And if they're affected by the change of the land use planning, maybe even longer. And for investors, that's so demotivating. I'm not going to go into circular economy in EU legislation because I believe that all you know what's going on there, but I would like to say a few words about the Croatian Chamber of Economy. We are not the part of this program and this project, but we are affiliating association on a national level. And this presentation actually covers the only national position in Croatia. So you will see that the challenges are not just for the region, challenges are also on our national level. We as a chamber, we are divided in sectors. We also have country chambers. And we work with our members through associations and affiliation. And we also have a number of working bodies focus on specific issues like secondary raw materials promotion. We as an association, when we talk about circular economy, actually cover every aspect of the cycle. But the primary focus of our activities nowadays is in design and in recycling. Why the first and the last? Because we believe that the easiest way to change our behavior is actually to design differently. And recycling is the opportunity that we as a country that is not rich in raw materials can benefit from. Our focus also is in building good relations with the institutions that I presented shortly before, and to be a member and the active member of the working groups within the institution when they are actually preparing legislation. In that way, we can help our members in early stage to prepare their business strategies and to be more aligned with the future legislation that may affect negatively their business. We also working in establishing a waste exchange. I had in one of the previous events presentation of this waste exchange. The idea is to connect companies that have some sort of raw materials that are secondary and to try to put them back in the production chains as secondary raw materials. This was the part of our own digitalization process that Chamber conducted in previous 2 years. And now we have to put our efforts in promotion of the waste exchange. So this will be used more efficiently in future. I have a short video, so I'm not going to talk about the waste exchange further.
Upravo se toliko otpada svake godine odbacuje u Europskoj uniji. Ali što ako otpad ne bismo odbacili, već ponovno iskoristili? Kružno gospodarstvo rješava dva velika svjetska problema. Prvi su klimatske promjene, a drugi je nedostatak sirovina. No znate li da i vi možete...
Diana?
Sorry.
I need to apologize, but we cannot see the video.
Oh, sorry. Oh, just a second. It's probably because the screen sharing. Just a second.
Yes, maybe you can please check and start to share other screen.
Yep, I have to check other screen. Sure. Do you see in my desktop now?
Yes, we can see your desktop now.
No, I will start the... Do you see it now?
Yes, perfectly. We can see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Otpada svake godine odbacuje u Europskoj uniji. Ali što ako otpad ne bismo odbacili, već ponovno iskoristili? Kružno gospodarstvo rješava dva velika svjetska problema. Prvi su klimatske promjene, a drugi je nedostatak sirovina. No znate li da i vi možete zavrtjeti ovaj gospodarski krug? I to u samo nekoliko klikova mišem. Prvi korak je registracija na platformu HGK Digitalna komora, a drugi korak odlazak na burzu otpada. No što je burza otpada? To je virtualna tržnica otpada, odnosno sekundarnih sirovina, koja funkcionira po principu ponude i potražnje. Bilo da vaša tvrtka želi ponuditi ili pronaći određenu vrstu sekundarnih sirovina na burzi otpada, to možete učiniti potpuno besplatno. Potrebno je registrirati se na platformi Digitalna komora te pratiti jednostavne obrasce za ponudu ili potražnju određenih sirovina. Navigacija je brza i laka. Burza prikazuje popis tvrtki koje nude ili potražuju određenu vrstu otpada. Uz to tvrtke navode koji im je otpad potreban ili koji otpad nude, uz jasno navedene količine, učestalost, pa čak i mogućnosti prijevoza. Oni koji žele ponuditi određeni otpad, to mogu učiniti u samo par koraka, te prema potrebi priložiti dodatnu dokumentaciju ili fotografije. U kratkom roku djelatnici Hrvatske gospodarske komore verificirat će unos, tako da se ponuda i potražnja ažuriraju gotovo automatski. Europski zeleni plan i kružno gospodarstvo su među glavnim prioritetima Europske unije. Burza otpada Hrvatske gospodarske komore dio je plana Republike Hrvatske za očuvanje okoliša i cjelokupnog gospodarstva. Priključite nam se i brinimo o budućnosti Hrvatske i svijeta zajedno.
Well, just to quickly finalize my presentation. So you see that we actually try to help our members to foster the activities in future on the secondary raw materials. And this is something that we are going to do even more. But there are still a number of challenges that we have to face. They are listed here. The special challenge is actually in the implementation of different regulation and how to harmonize different views from different departments and different ministries on national level, because we still face those. And how to implement the new EU regulation more efficiently. I hope that we as a chamber can be a good partner to the ministries and help them implement that more efficiently in future. So I'm going to finalize this with those questions. I hope that you have your experience and that we can share that in future. Thank you.
Jana, thank you very much for your presentation and also for sharing this very nice video. I have a short question or two for now. Who is funding this Burzo Otpada, so the waste exchange platform, and who developed it?
Actually, the exchange was a part of national implementation, waste implementation plan, but it was financed fully by the chamber. And since we were already in the process of digitalization, that was a huge project. We just incorporated in one of the activities within this overall project. So it was just one small step with not so many costs from our side, but we hope it's going to be very fruitful and beneficial for the companies in future.
Jana, one more question regarding waste exchange, as we are talking also about innovation today. It is Adria Innovation Day. So can you briefly just explain what is the business model behind waste exchange? Because it is free of charge, if I understood it correctly.
Yeah, it is free of charge because we believe that in the first step, it's better to give it free of charge for the companies so they can see the benefits of it. We have no idea what the future will bring for us and whether or not this is going to stay free for everybody, but to foster the publication on the exchange and to actually make it more publicly aware, so to say. We are now giving it freely to the companies to use.
Jana, thank you very much for your answers. Please stay with us. I will also have one more question in upcoming discussion in 15 minutes or so. And we are going to the last speaker in this session. I warmly welcome Željko Pogačnik from Slovenian Surface Mining Association. And Željko will show us few Slovenian cases of social license to operate. So Željko, welcome. And I give you your 15 minutes.
Probably we're shaking. I live near Italy, and all communication we done with hands, a half of them. So I will share the screen. Sorry, give me a second. It will be this one. And voila. Do you see it? Ah. Do you hear each other?
So see your presentation.
Well, when you start with to find the social license for operating, what does it means? You link indirectly what this definition that it's a level of acceptance or approval by local communities and stakeholders of mining companies. Why is this so important? Because it uses a term which is indirectly indicates the process that results in the acceptance of investors from the local community, the process consisting of dialogue and acceptance. The next one is much more widely it includes the operating responsibility. This is indirectly linked to the local environment. It highlights proactivity to solve the problem. And in Slovenia, we have the last two cases when the media a priori lynches a stakeholder, mining stakeholder, in search of high-profile news. without being able them to present their professional arguments. In this case of countries where confidence in the national legal order is shaking, not by itself legal order, because by the media, the dialogue with the stakeholders must be developed on arguments and not on permits obtaining. This is the crucial moment when the dialogue can stop. The next one will be the problem of perception. This is it's quite difficult to let's say that, to say to the investor that he's an alien in the environment and in the local environment, and especially when the local environment consists of the housing units or this means that he must start with dialogue only again by the arguments. We can say even that the socializing of operating is the sum of communication, fulfillment of legislative, certainly economic diplomacy, one for sure, and the field life expertise. Well, it's as crucial again that the first image it must be shown by the investors. That's mean that the first impression is related to the public image of the investor, and which cannot be measured by sharing the sponsorships or whatever. How the perception of can be even linked to the stakeholder regarding the nature. I mean that the nature itself can be a stakeholder in SRO process. When we talk about the nature, we certainly first image we can approve and we can catch is the Natura 2000. Well, we have an experience with opening new mineral deposits in the karst area near Sejana, where these beautiful birds nest, and we found the NGOs as a representative of nature protection. It's nothing dramatically in this process, you know. It's just important to try to get to the focus what is the best of for the birds, and mostly in such moment we can say that the animals has its logic of movement, and certainly even his logic to choose the place of its nest. And in that case, the institute operates as or on the principle of caution, more is better. And this is the, as I mentioned before, the crucial point when the economic diplomacy come out with the expertise and the skills by all stakeholders, including in the such process. But in general, really, all these things are linked directly by the managing the unit of space. I mean, it depends on the cost effectiveness of investing in mining work, the preparation of necessary mining technical documentation, and certainly, and not at the least, the location of deposit in the local space. This means to change the special plans. And the basis for solving this situation, confronting the arguments of the society for the observation and study of the birds, for example, in the case of the Slovenia, the DOPS Association, Institute of Nature Protection, investors, locals, community, the result is the determination of the protected area and landscaping in the phase of remediation and after mining. What does that mean? It's directly go to the mining works, and even on the later rehabilitation works, which can be done with the natural and artificial soils or other products. For example, in Slovenian case. And we must take into account even for those birds here. It's Merops apiaster. It's a big eater that it can make its burst only and just regarding the mining works. If mining works going on in the mineral deposits, that can be done the step benches. And these are the preferable micro units of space where these birds make its nests. So if you go further, this is a document or EPP if you want, which was presented on the Minatura project 2000 in Cardiff, when we showing directly that that Natura 2000 is no-go zone for mining operation. And I'm very happy when I saw previously on the presentation that only 7% of Natura 2000 was linked directly to the problem for a new mining operation. Well, when we develop the SLO process in a function of diversification professional competencies, we probably going to find a new approach. But the point is that we go even back in the past when Vitruvius explained the meaning of symmetry to Emperor Tiberius. When and in which case? Well, this symmetry is directly linked during the construction of covered aqueduct, which can be directly linked or interpreted as infrastructure of national importance. The resulting waste construction material, which can be seen in the upper part here, is reused for the remediation on the same road of the aqueduct, but not necessarily, probably even in the other space unit near the aqueduct. But a similar situation occurs in Slovenia in the construction of infrastructure of national importance during the tunnel of the Karavanke and the railway tunnel on the southwest Slovenia. And in that case, we challenged to interpret what is a construction waste. Why? Simply because those materials is resulting from the mining works. That's mean drilling process, blasting process, etc. And we just try to emphasize that humanity in general, not all in general, has been facing similar cases for generation. And it's crucial to know how to act in such situation, because that's not a question of if it happens. It's more the question when it happens, how to react in such case. Taking first, I think that is just taking a deep breath and then slowly going on. For example, this is another situation when we try to, with some other stakeholders, to implement the project idea for the Norwegian funding mechanism. And I think that the first step is to understanding that you must be a good neighbor. This is the first step. Then, when we're talking of analysis, we must understand that the SWOT analysis is intended for the profile of people who have to make a quick and a correct, of course, also from their experience, correct decisions. But in no way the SWOT analysis should be used as arguments in communication. They are just guides that need to be equipped with sound of argument. And when we talk further to understanding the local stakeholders, we must understand their agony. Okay, I know this is very hard argument, agony, but this agony is directly or proportionally linked to the perception of the rule of law, because the investor has the opportunity in this case to present their action or its action on the principle of business ethics and good neighbor or correct neighborhoods. But that's not mean that it should be subordinated or in a face of subordination to the local community. And at the end of all, I think that a common sense is the red line of social license of operating. I mean that there are no stupid questions in this process. It could only the mistakes regarding the answer or the figurative of the answers could be the problems. Now I will show you the diversification of the professional competencies during the social license for operating for open the new mining area on the karst area near Sežana.
Okay, excuse me, 2 minutes left.
Ustia. Okay, I try to be fast. We're going to use this triangle or geometric rules just to show you what is the heterogeneous approach to solve not only the mining sector, but even the agriculture, forestry sector, the technological process, and technical issues in such case, and to put on that the demonstration of the environmentally friendly and economically feasible waste process. It could be even used in such kind of industry which uses secondary or waste raw materials. But all this procedure must follow the SLO process. And this, I will just go faster as I can possible. This is typical investments graph which show the special plans and economical challenges during the opening the new mineral deposits, but not only the mineral deposits, even the future mining area regarding those area can be used as a landfilling, secondary materials or other materials which cannot be in fact used because of lack of the technology. The last one, and with this I will close my presentation. It's in the standard base in which area we are working. We certainly involved on the environment, special area, and those triangle here, forest, mining, and agriculture. But nevertheless, this is show us a self-sufficiency with minerals and raw materials with absolute control on generated waste. What this spiral means, it's show us the implementation procedure, and it can be followed by mathematical formulas which give us some kind of confidentiality that it cannot be misunderstood in the process. And just to finish, what is social license appropriate? Is just the process to construct a correct dialogue by stakeholder, nothing else. Just be open for everything and to everyone. And with this, I will finish the presentation. Thanks.
Željko, thank you very much also for your presentation. And now I'm calling back actually Manuel and also Diana. We will have a small, quick chit chat. I still have some questions for you, so please, technical crew, if you can invite all guests back. Okay, I can see you all. Great to see you again. Željko, I will just continue with you. I have one question for you. You mentioned 4 steps towards obtaining social license to operate, and these 4 steps were greatly addressed. Be a good neighbor, have a transparent SWOT analysis results, understand the pain of local community, and have a common sense. So here are 4 of them, but which one of these 4 do you see as the main obstacle for implementation of social license to operate?
Now you're gonna kill me. Common sense. Common sense.
Okay, can you please explain why common sense? Give me a little bit broader answer. What do you need for common sense now?
The point is that regarding the interpretation or the perception of country law procedure, it's very difficult to act in the tranquil or just say in the normal way of the communication. There are a lot of lawyers inside of this process. There are a lot of capital which want to fast going on, etc., etc. But the point is that you must understand the local community when you're working with them. And this is no-go zone if they said no. This is the first step. And the common sense is to know when or in what occasion just be just to shut up and nothing to say. Just leave the things as it is and retry maybe in the next time, retrying maybe after 5 minutes, 10 minutes, nevertheless, but never give up. Because the point is, if you understand the local community, their agony, their fairnesses, and all of such things, you are already made a half of job. I think that this is the first step.
Željko, one more question here, because you also exposed the importance of communication, which is kindly related to common sense. How important is then communication towards local community? If the local community says no, for example, is it communication, transparent communication, such a powerful weapon that you can, as an investor, you can talk with them and communicate with them, and they will say at the end, okay, we understand now, and we say yes?
Well, time ago, my colleague Slavko Šolar, which I said me, what do you will do if someone tell you that you are a liar? What will happen? How will restart the communication? I mean, you are already determined as a liar, and now this is, I know I don't answer on your question, but the point is that a priori we are bad guy. That's the point. We are bad guy. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Željko, for this answer. I understood it, so it is hard not to be a liar if it is a history of liars. But yes, communication is very important and common sense, so please remember this. Manuel, I will go further on with you. You showed the number of laws in Europe, in European Union. There are over 1,000 of laws. So my question is there an opportunity to decrease this number, or will it just increase? And where do you see the room for improvement here?
Well, as I said, mining in Europe is the Commission applies subsidiarity principle. This means each country can do what they want. That's why we would like to have a European Union. I know they are doing this, AIT, EMMA, etc. They are doing things, but the main problem we have seen today is social license to operate depends on the people living in the area and on the environmentalists moving these people. This is very difficult for mining companies to counter-react against that. But if the Commission would decide to create a single institution like the European Union Mining Agency to produce different legislation directives as they have done. Because when I asked the Commission, why have you done the mining waste directive? If mining waste depends on the governments, that is affecting the subsidiarity principle. Oh no, well, this is a problem because there were these devastating problems in some mines, and we have to do something. Well, we have the same now. You want the Green Deal, you need the raw materials, and you want these raw materials to be extracted properly as we are doing in Europe, and not exporting the problem to Africa, for example, or leaving this to the Chinese people, that they will love to take over our raw materials all around the world and sell them to us, and then contracting our markets and our development. So the Commission has to do more on the legislative side, and the only way of doing this is by creating an institution in Europe that will control the whole set of legislation. Then this is a better way, because if there's a directive reducing legislations that compelled and everybody has to do it, then the central governments will say to the autonomic governments, look, this is a directive, I can do nothing, I have to obey because we agree this in the Commission. And this is the only way to reduce the legislation, because if you let people to produce legislation, they produce legislation continuously. They will cover the whole world with legislation, even if this will stop the Green Deal itself. So my opinion is, to save this problem, is better to centralize. I know this might sound a little bit strange in a very varied Europe, but centralizing the problem and centralize the solution.
Manuel, how far away, what time do we need to establish such an institution as European Union Mining Agency? Do you have a feeling? Do you know?
Well, you know, I know it's utopic to think that they will do this, because they have many other problems. You know, the agricultural problem. When they claim that mining is destroying the environment in Europe, and then you look at the thousands of millions of square kilometers destroyed by agriculture, by introducing pollution inside the soils because we have to grow things, and then you understand that there are some other worries that and mining is not exactly the main problem that will focus, I think. So time-based, I think if you don't do something, the Green Deal will be impossible, because there will be no raw materials in Europe. We will import them, of course, but then what Green Deal is that? If you stop polluting in Europe and you start contaminating the whole world because you need the raw materials to produce your electric things, electric vehicles, the windmills, the solar panels, you have to produce them with raw materials, which you don't have in Europe. You are a good producer, but you import everything and then you export the problem. I don't know.
Manuel, I will be very challenging now. If you take over the European Mining Agency one day, what would be your first action?
The first action will be the concessions directive, because the concessions directive will control all the concessions everywhere, as it does now, because the concession directive exists. It's only applied to hydrocarbons, because they thought the hydrocarbons, look, it's incredible, because hydrocarbons are now on the low go. Nobody wants to produce hydrocarbons, but we do have a mining concession for hydrocarbons in Europe. So the directive explains how you have to produce these concessions in hydrocarbons. Well, it's very simple. Change for hydrocarbons and put for non-energy raw materials. And that's it. Very simple. One day.
Thank you very much. About this changing, you were also referring to the changing of mindset, and Christoph at the very beginning of today's conference was talking about the toughest part is changing the mindset of people and also the government. So Diana, I have a question for you, because you said that Croatia doesn't have an abundance of raw materials. We are talking about primary raw materials. So you need to focus on secondary raw materials. When we are talking about secondary raw materials, we are talking about circular economy, recycling, and so on. And this is the change of mindset. Is it hard for you as a representative of Chamber of Commerce For economy, is it hard to change the mindset and legislation?
Well, it depends. If you speak with the business community, then it's not hard, because we often witness that businesses are much more driven and eager to change. I have an example that can also answer previous questions that you ask members of this panel. For example, we have Cemex Croatia. They are situated at our coast near Split, and cement factory. They wanted to use the RDF, so this is the fuel from waste, for their business, and NGOs, local community, totally stopped them. And this is a prerequisite for them to lower their emissions. That was a number of years ago, maybe 10 now. I'm too long in this process. And what happened a month ago? So they shifted their views. They invested in a first recycling site for the construction waste on their abandoned site. And they're actually producing secondary raw materials that they are using in their business. And what happened in the NGO community, they applaud them. I was totally shocked, because I expected for NGOs to attack them again, but they are all for that. So change is possible. Unfortunately, it is time consuming. Businesses are actually fast runners, they're sprinters, and the commission and legal institutions are actually I don't know how to call them, careful observers, and then movers or actors. I don't know, but if you're talking about the agency on European level, you have an example in the chemical sector. We had a number of regulations for decades in the area of handling chemicals. And what happened? Commission decided that they need a focal institution to handle that, because everybody had their own regulation. The process took more than 10 years, but now we have one agency handling everything, and everything is known, but it's hugely expensive for the industry. So be careful what you wish for. If you wish for the agency, it's going to be expensive. And one other thing, you are probably aware that we had two major earthquakes last year. COVID wasn't enough for us. We are always extreme in every way. So those earthquakes actually moved us in the different directions. We are still slow, but we now see that primary materials are more expensive than secondary. We are using secondary materials more because we don't have the place to put them, and we need those. So maybe COVID wasn't a bad thing that happened to us, because it first we stopped, and then we thought what to do, and then we actually started to act in different way. So that is our experience. I hope it helps everybody else's views. And as I said, I hope this whole process is not going to be too expensive for the industry. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Your micro is off. Your micro is off.
Your mic is off.
No. Something is wrong.
Manuel, maybe you can comment on everything that I said when they.
I couldn't hear anything. So, but now that he's left, I have to say that I love this thing of the online waste market. I will try to do this in Spain. I don't know, maybe there is one, but I think it's a very good idea to interchange waste and see, you know, make this application, because that could be very helpful. On the other hand, on the license to operate, my opinion is that is a matter of faith. And this is why when faith enters in discussions, there's nothing you can do. Because if a person decides that mining is horrible, even though you put in front of him, look, your house, your mobile, your car, your roads, your dams, your electricity, everything depends on minerals. And then you are being not very sincere because you're using the minerals. Go back to the caves, and then you can tell me that mining is bad. But if you still live in a city that destroys the original environment, by the way, and nobody complains, or you are eating rice or any agricultural product that destroys the land because you put a lot of contamination inside the soil, don't come back with mining. Mining only covers 1 or 2% of the surface of Europe. So it's ridiculous to discuss about this, and this is because of the faith. We have the religious faith, and now we have the environmental faith. When you enter against environmental faith, there's nothing you can do, except training the people from the schools, from the cradle, telling them, look, you're using this is toy you're using with plastic, it comes from the oil, and the house you're living, it has bricks that comes from the quarries. And you have to understand this and put this in your mind. And when you grow up and you're a politician, then you will understand. I'm afraid this is the problem.
Manuel, thank you very much for stepping in, and also to Diana and Željko. When I was a child, Powerpuff Girls saved the day. At this moment, you saved the day. I don't know what happened, but some material in the battery was not good enough, so battery just broke down. I wanted to give additional minutes to Željko because he was raising the hand, but unfortunately, because of the problems, we ran out of the time. We need to give people to refuel themselves with coffee. So thank you very much, Željko, Diana, and Manuel, for being our guests today. You were great speakers and also great discussionists. And yes, let's
thank you.
See each other again at 11 o'clock. So quick coffee, and we are back in, yes, less than 10 minutes. So see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Ya he terminado. Sí. Vale, perfecto. Pues dime dónde.
You're all welcome back in the second part of today's event of this year, Adria Innovation Days. And the topic of the second part will be social license to operate in Adria region and beyond. And the first speaker in this part, we will have 4 speakers. 3 of them will be online, and the 4th speaker will be here and is it already here in person in Ljubljana. And the first speaker will show us and will present us the obtaining and keeping the social license to operate mineral exploration and mining projects. So what works, what doesn't work, and why? And I warmly welcome Michael Mike Mlinarczyk, the principal of Redstone Exploration Services. Michael, Mike, welcome aboard, and here is your first 15 minutes.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
I will share my screen. Okay. Let me see if this... And you can see the presentation screen as well. Perfect. So I just wanted to share in this presentation some simple thoughts in a capsule about, well, getting and retaining social license to operate based on my participation of in a number of projects worldwide in exploration management roles. Social license to operate is a key topic that affects, I would say, all of the projects, because no matter where you go, there's always someone living there, and the people living there are the hosts of the land, and we ought to respect their culture, their environments, their customs.
Mike, excuse me, we
Yes.
just can't see the full screen of your presentation.
You can't see the full screen
Sure.
of the presentation.
I'm not sure if you're sharing it.
Okay, resume share. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, I can see it, but it is not in full screen.
Okay, is it any better?
So
now?
presentation mode.
My screen share is paused. Okay, your screen sharing. Okay, stop share. I'll share it again. Sorry, I'll try again. Share. Full screen. Any good?
No,
No.
not yet. Actually, now we just see a blank screen.
You see, please move this window away. That's odd. Never happened to me before. I do resume share. And now, any better?
I can just see your slides, actually your first slide. It is not in presentation mode, but you can maybe stick to it and just go down there.
Okay, so maybe we just continue. I'm not sure why it is not showing. Is it large enough for people to see the text on the images?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, everything
okay.
fine.
Okay, so let's go with that. So I was just saying, no matter where we go, there's always someone living there, and therefore, in order to succeed with a mineral project, even at the mineral exploration stage, you need to have the social license to operate. You need to weave the project into the fabric of the local community. And now, the social license to operate and responsible mineral development, in very simple words, it is definitely not, as many people naively think, about philanthropy and, you know, giving away gifts like buying some textbooks and backpacks for the kids of the local school, organizing some sports events. This is something much more profound. It is about social investment and maximizing genuine lasting benefits for the local community, so they feel it's a win-win scenario. In other words, it is about fostering community development and not creating the dependency of the community on the project. So we need, when we start a project, ask ourselves, how can we be helpful to the local community? Which key gaps can we help fill? Which problems we can help resolve? We need to consider what are the business drivers and economic development opportunities within that community that we could assist through our project or in parallel. We need to ask ourselves how we can help this community grow and develop. And there are many ways, as many as our imagination is wide. We can try to subsidize education, health services, improve the local infrastructure, such as roads, create some waste management or water treatment plants. We can create and foster economic development initiatives, help them access finance, technical aid, education. There are many ways how we can help them to grow as a community. But as said previously, many people think, well, we'll just buy, I don't know, 10 bicycles for the local school. Everyone is going to be happy. It's not at all this. It's much deeper. Social license neither is just about maximizing the financial returns for the company. And those of us who work in mineral exploration companies, we know that the share price is important. You know, management oftentimes is really concentrated on the financial side of the profits to make. But you have to remember about the other side of it. It's very much also about the protection of the natural environment and the genuine partnership benefits for the local community, so that those benefits outweigh the inconveniences that the project will cause, and ideally can outlive the project itself. Therefore, when we start mineral exploration and develop a project, we need to really focus on minimizing the footprints that the project will have on the environment by spending more money, implementing state-of-the-art practices that help avoid or minimize such impacts, and whenever possible, going beyond compliance. So going beyond what the law requires, doing more. And obviously, at the end, we should reclaim the land and, if possible, leave those sites of activity in a better shape than when started, a bit putting ourselves in the shoes of the local community as if ourselves, we lived there. We need to operate in a manner that's responsible and protects the health, safety, welfare of the local people, as well as their natural resources, the land, the water, the energy resources. And all of this can be achieved by implementing best operational practices, best protocols, which are available, which exist, but of course, which cost money, and not every company is willing to pay that money. But in my opinion, this is, especially in Europe, a requirement. And finally, social license to operate is definitely not about what we commonly can see, an attitude of us versus them, the company versus the local population, and both sides are at loggerheads and try to push the other to gain what they want. It is very much about developing a friendly neighbor attitude and creating this situation that we feel we're in this together. And in other words, this is about a major shift from deciding for the people that we're going to build this project there to deciding with the people. And this requires an active, ongoing consultation with the local communities and key stakeholders, a two-way dialogue based on respect, fairness, transparency, which should lead to a long-term partnership that will enable the project to progress and the development of these communities. This requires a basic fairness in the distribution of the profits generated by the project, so that the locals don't have the feeling that, I don't know, Canadians or Australians have come, they have mined our resources, made a hell lot of money, left, and they have left us with environmental problems. And also finally, and this is probably the most difficult thing to achieve, the final decision making about how exactly will the project be realized should be put in the hands of the people that should be empowered to contribute and co-decide with regard to the project as how exactly it will be implemented. And I think we need to move beyond the typical scenario where the project happens, doesn't happen. I think many projects inevitably will have to happen sooner or later because we need those metals. The ideal scenario, therefore, is for both sides to reach a mutual understanding and find the best ways to achieve it, minimizing the impact on the environment and doing it up to the highest standards of the industry. And finally, in a few words, because it's a short presentation, I just wanted to throw in some ideas about how to succeed with the social license to operate. And although this may seem, sometimes, idealized, generic, I mean, these are actual photos from projects, and these are things that can be done. I chose 5 topics. First, you need to have a good community relations team, carefully selected, well prepared, because they are the ambassadors of the company, the interface between the company and the local community. And you should select the best people for it that are, friendly, intelligent people who are good talkers, but smart, who have, empathic capability, emotional intelligence, and ideally they should come from the local community in question, because this way you increase the credibility of the company's messaging and you embed the understanding of the local context within the company. So you put a bridge in between the company and the local community. So you should have 2-3 people that on a full-time basis will be involved in very close ongoing relations with the community, local community and stakeholders. I think this is a key thing. Another thing, needless to say, is the basic requirements for honesty, transparency, and walking the talk, which in other words means doing what you promise you would do, keeping your words, keeping your promises. I think the local communities, everyone is clever. Everyone sees when you just try to sorry to say that, bullshit people. I think in order to have a meaningful dialogue and a good relationship, they need to see that you're honest as a company at all levels of the company, and you have to be honest and transparent with nothing to hide. I think this is essential. Third thing, which I've seen on many projects, and invariably it worked very well, the policy of local hire and local procurement. Basically, as much as you can, you should employ on the project local people. You should hire local people for different work positions that are required. You should use the services of local contractors as much as they can supply services of required quality. Doing this, you basically involve the local community in developing the project. You provide jobs. You make them see that they're benefiting from the project in a very tangible way. And needless to say, you should treat all of those people as your own personnel at the same level, with courtesy and respect. And so we did on many projects. We had the same.
Well, excuse me, 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left. Yes, I know. I'm just finishing. We shared the same food and endured the same, rain. Everyone felt treated as equal, and everyone was happy. That's what you try to achieve. 2 more points. I think it is critical in every project to identify and address any issues of social risk and conflict well in advance of them becoming critical, so you can try to solve them before they grow. And whenever you have, because you invariably will have some grievances and complaints, you have to deal with them properly. You have to address them timely in an honest way and a fair way. And finally, this is the last point, you should, if you can, set the project in such a way that the local community identifies with it. Basically, I've been involved in a Spanish project for a while, and this is a project that existed there before, a small mine that used to be there, that was abandoned, could be reopened. Most of the people on the project are local people. It's a part of their heritage. It's a part of their history. They identify with the project. It is basically their mine, not a Canadian mine, not an Australian mine. It's their mine. And I would say this is the crux of successful social license to operate. If you manage through different means to make the local community identify with their project and involve them in the project in such a way that they feel it is theirs, maybe even, you know, by giving them some shares and participation in the project. And essentially, that's what I wanted to share with you. This last point, I've seen it repetitively, is a common thread of successful social license to operate, making the locals identify with the project. That's what really helps. Thank you.
Michael, thank you much for sharing with us this great presentation. You were really fantastic. It was really nice listening to you, especially these 5 points. 5 points. So good community relations team. This is very important. One quick question here, because you are living further on. Do you train your people for such job?
Absolutely. Whoever is on a community relations team needs to be prepared for this, needs to learn how to properly deal with people. And even myself, I had some training. It was explained to me how to talk to people, how to listen, because you should more listen than talk. You should be empathetic. You should be honest, genuine. So yes, this requires definitely some training. This requires quite a bit of practice. And the people involved in community relations should definitely be involved in technical meetings of the company, so they understand what exactly is being done and can explain it in simple words to the local communities. And we geologists need to participate in community meetings to address some questions in more detail and understand better ourselves what those relationships with the communities are. And I should say, it all obviously looks very nice. On many projects, it succeeds. Many other projects are more challenging, and sometimes there are hurdles that you cannot, you know, jump over. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But in many cases, it does.
So I will continue with what you have just said, that some projects are tougher, are harder than other projects. Can you say that implementing social license to operate and all these 5 tasks is more difficult in, I don't know, in Africa or in Canada than in European Union?
Well, certainly in Europe, it's more difficult because more people are against mining and sometimes maybe too much concerned about environmental impacts that do not necessarily have to be there. But I would say it depends on the history of the project. If you already had a mine, or if you're in a mining area and there is a tradition of mining, it's way easier than if you come to a new place and start a mine in a place that never had one. This is going to be challenging. And if half of your resource is under a 50,000 people town, then things can get really challenging. So there are some aspects of the project that you can't change that can make it extremely challenging. And certainly it helps when you have a history of mining tradition, and you know, every second person in the little village has had a member of the family in the mining industry, I don't know, 50 years ago, and this is part of their identity already. That helps.
Michael, thank you very much for all your words. I believe that world needs more mics like you. So thank you once again. And we are moving further on with our next presenter, we will talk about Jadar project, the resources to value, and it is my pleasure to welcome today on online stage Ivana Misailovic. She is a senior project geologist at Rio Sava Exploration. And Ivana, welcome. The stage and 15 minutes are yours.
Thank you. And hello, dear colleagues, and warm greetings from Belgrade. I'm Ivana Misailovic. I'm a geologist, and I graduated at the Faculty of the Mining and Geology at the University of Belgrade. I work for Rio Sava Exploration, a Serbian company of Rio Tinto, since 2010, when I joined this company and to the Jadar project. At the beginning, cautionary statement, and you know what, that Rio Tinto lawyer actually advised me to read all this to you. I'm kidding, I will not read this to you, just to say that there are some forward-looking statements, and that, for example, for reserves estimations, which are, for example, based on assumptions of future market pricing or market demand forecasts and so on. So there is some known and unknown risks in some uncertainties related to the sum of the statements. So, my dear colleagues, please, everything should be treated as the heading of the slide said, with caution. Jadar project is in Western Serbia, 120 kilometers far from the Belgrade and 15 kilometers far from the nearby Loznica town. The Jadar deposit we are investigating is unique, and the main ore mineral is jadarite. Mineral is so far found only in Jadar basin, Jadar sedimentary basin here in Serbia, and jadarite by chemical composition is lithium sodium borosilicate mineral comprising of some 47% of the boron oxide and 7% of the lithium oxide. Compare chemical composition of jadarite with non-borates and lithium-rich minerals, we can see that jadarite encompasses the best of both worlds of the industrial minerals. Jadar deposit is formed in Miocene lacustrine sediments and comprises of the three jadarite horizons named as the upper, middle, and the lower. The lower jadarite horizons is being of the greatest economic interest due to its size, thickness, and grade. Economic grades in lower jadarite horizons are at depths ranging from about 300 meters below the ground surface at the south part of the deposit, deepening at some 10-ish degrees towards north, reaching over 700 meters depth. Given the depth and the morphology of the ore body, underground mining is the only way to access the ore. In terms of the geological investigations and work completed so far, through the history of the project, we have applied numerous and known exploration techniques which are commonly used elsewhere and at the other commodities. Drilling being the most important technique used, and so far we have drilled over 500 holes for over 200 kilometers of the core. And what we use all this data for the resource, to estimate resource or to estimate the reserves, and we are calling this process as the ore body knowledge. And ore body knowledge is what we know about the resource. It is expensive, time-consuming, and imprecise. And it can only be joined at a limited pace. So there are physical constraints, process is episodic, additional expenditures require justification and approvals. And even with the significant numbers of the drill holes, we are still estimating and interpreting with the limited support of the data. I assume that most of us geologists at the early stages and phases of the projects when exploration just begins, and we are happily awaiting chemical assay results for the sparse data from the rock chip sample, from the soil sampling, or from the core, we do not think about how we will convert this resource into the value, or do not think about study definition guidance and how much ore material will be needed for the processing, or where the waste landfill will be. And we are certainly not aware that some of the data that we are collecting every time for our deposit may become data of the public interest. One of the Rio Tinto geologists, Stephen McIntosh, put it very well. we can only mine the ore body once. If we knew everything about the ore body, mining, technology, market, and if we had the perfect knowledge about organization, if we had the perfect people, we could construct and operate a perfect mine, but perfection in reality is hardly achievable. So we are interfacing with optimization, modeling, remodeling. We are estimating market revenues, values, value realized, investment decision, capacity assumptions, and we are all the time, we are impacting our external surroundings, environment and community. In order to develop the project, we have to obtain our license to operate. And all that in the right time. In geology, we would say that all models are wrong and that some models are useful. And this is like, not only other project pillars, but generally pillars that build foundation for one project. And you can see that these pillars are kind of oriented as a technical sciences and social sciences. What we do in joining geological data, we start with the inexpensive sample technique, with the sparse data. We analyze those data. We incorporate those data in some models. If promising, we continue with our investigation. We are adding information, we are adding techniques, we are investing more money, we are investing more time in certain projects. We are start building the models and we collect more data, update, change models. And we geologists do change our models over time. It is common not to have supporting functions at the beginning of our field activities. So geologists go to field, they find rocks, they find the accommodation, they ask for budget, they ask for drilling, they talk to the landowners, they're leasing the land for our drilling or some other exploration activities. Geologists do introduce themselves to the local community, to the people that we are working with, and also represent the company. Sometimes it seems that it's like one-man show, meaning geologists do everything. So at the early stages, usually there is no structured supporting functions that will deal with the community and asking and answering their questions or concerns. Engagement with the people at the early stages is less formal. It is based on experience rather than on formal education or training. And I've heard so many times that someone chooses geology as a major because it is not requiring dealing with the people. So working in kind of this isolation in remote areas and so on. In reality, it is all about working with people. And at the beginning, we are communicating with a few persons. We get to know them, we let them know us, we are passing by their houses, having a coffee with them, talking to them. Do we as geologists understand the importance of those data that we know about people? Do we think of these data as a knowledge, or it is a random memorized information? And we continue with exploration, we increase our presence in community, and we increase our presence, and effectively we are disturbing someone's lives. And we are keep collecting the data about geology, and we are keep collecting data about our ore body. And getting closer to the ore body, we also start working and impacting wider audience and wider number of the people. And we collecting our geological data in structural manner, we change our minds, we remodel, and we keep remodeling, and then suddenly we are surprised that people also change their minds. So they do not support us anymore, they are angry, or they lost interest in our activities. Again, if all our geological models are wrong, and we are dealing and working with those uncertainties around the geological models, and we as a geologist and as a persons running those models, we are changing our minds about data we have collected in structured and organized way. And then why we should be surprised if other people, and especially community people, people that we are impacting also change their mind. And our knowledge about our body is imprecise. And we expect to get a perfect knowledge about people. Of course, it is impossible. And what would be possible? Actually, to treat need for the data about people as well as need for the data about our body. So as we getting integrated detail into the knowledge about our body, we should have parallel process in place to get to know community that we are operating in. And we also as a geologist, have to be mindful that data that we are collecting about geology could be data of the public interest. Very early, we need to understand social surroundings that we are operating in, to understand the people, to understand their connection and dependence on the land, and let them to change their minds, as well as we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivana, for your presentation. You were very quick, so thank you for keeping the timing. And now we have a few minutes to discuss, because your presentation was very interesting. And what I noticed in your presentation is what is the impact of you as a geologist. So the first question would be, because you are a geologist, and you stated that you need quite a lot of social knowledge to communicate, to interact with local communities. Do you feel that you as a geologist received enough social knowledge during your studies, and also other geologists?
As I stated in this presentation, actually, do I think about that in all that I know about the people I've been working with? Do I treat that as a knowledge or random information? You know, I do know that. However, I'm a geologist. I do have certain social skills, and all my colleagues. So we do have social skills and we do understand, but we are coming from the geological perspective to that environment. So we are not, it is not structural knowledge, it is not structural information. So my previous speaker also mentioned, you know, do I have a training? Yes, I do have training, but I'm a geologist. So what I'm trying to say, actually, and what I'm deep thinking is that very early we need to have social scientists working with us and to get kind of structural support in all that early engagement at the field and developing any exploration project elsewhere.
Thank you very much. One more question regarding also community and communication and data. You exposed that it is difficult to get data about ore, but it is also difficult to get data about the community there where you want to have your mine. What is biggest issue, in your opinion, getting data about ore or getting data about community?
It is more important actually to get the data about people. So, there is, what I want actually to say, that we are collecting data in geology as engineers, as the professionals, and we are trained how to do that, how to interpret that. And there are social scientists that also should do that with the people and to join additional data. What I'm saying actually that we as a geologist change our minds around the data that we are collecting, we are model, remodel, and so on. And kind of there is assumption that friendly community members will remain friendly. If we change our minds, they will change the mind highly likely. Bottom line, we are all people. So we should not be surprised coming from this side of the industry, let's say, that someone else changed their minds. We do that every day. And we should expect that people will change their mind, and to have that uncertainty component in the project development accounted for the project shaping.
Thank you also for this answer. One more question regarding your presentation. There was a slide, it was environment on one side, and on the other side, community. It was a line, it was social license to operate, and there was an arrow, time. So
Yes.
you expressed that the right timing is needed to implement social license to operate. What is the right timing, and how much time do you need?
Right timing is the beginning of the project. So it is, this question reminds me about like how someone should take care about the child. So it is as soon as the child is born, you should put effort to help him to grow. So at the beginning of the project. Those two processes, as is shown in the picture, how I see that actually the pillars of the project, they're technical sciences and the social sciences. They has to be go hand in hand from the beginning of the project.
You gave a really nice example. It is as a child. So do you see such project as the other project as a child who is evolving, raising?
It is in teenagers' days, I would say these days, so a bit of rebels, but it is in teenager days at the moment. So that is how I see it.
Great, thank you very much. It was nice to hear that you see such project in more personal manner. So great, thank you, Ivana.
Thank you.
Once again, we will hear each other a little bit later on with a small discussion as we already did before. And now we continue with the next speaker today, and he will be talking about the power of engaging stakeholders to earn license to operate and efforts to make two cases in Bulgaria, Chelopech and Ada Tepe mines, the most modern mines in Europe. I warmly welcome Ilya Garko, Vice President of Dundee Precious Metals and Managing Director for Bulgaria. Ilya, the stage and 15 minutes are yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Let me share the presentation. Full screen. Can you see now?
Perfect.
You see, because I didn't hear. Okay. Okay, welcome to Dundee Precious mining sites. Just to add a little bit more, on additional to Bulgarian operations, I'm looking after brownfield exploration in Bulgaria, Serbia, and Armenia. Here I will present one of our projects. That is called Ada Tepe mine. That's placed in southwest Bulgaria. Dundee as Dundee is operating in few countries: Bulgaria, Namibia, Serbia, Ecuador, and Canada, in different stage of projects. Our mine, the second mine, is Ada Tepe. It's open pits mine, which is operating since 2019 in Natura 2000 zone and in full allowance and according to EU Habitats Directive. It's very close to the site, is designed for protection of birds, and there is also a cross-border or trans-boundary pollution directive. That are the international laws which have to be fulfilled. However, I will not go to talk too much about the legal things and about international standards. I just will focus on that, how we get there, to have a mine. As a new mining project there, that is a green mine, which means there was no any other industrial activities since we show up there. The exploration was completed 2002-2003. And since then, there was a long time where we didn't been able to move a project. Actually, that was a frozen project. In the left side, you see the photo, which is the protesting, the high level of protest by NGOs, a lot of local people, plus people from Turkey and from Greece who support the Bulgarian protesters. In 2013, we actually decide to sit and talk on different way. We realize there we're getting this project in the same way how many other projects, and create oppositions, and etc. and etc. We realize we have to change the way how we could communicate, and the most important thing is the trust. That's what we identify for us. The next, the right picture. In the right picture, you can see the chief of the municipal council, the mayor, and then the rest are the production guys. How we get there? There was a 5 big areas where people, the local guys are concerned. Okay, till 2013, we are talking for the local people and us, Probably here is the time to give a little bit background. I'm from other region in Bulgaria, nearby Chelopech. I was born and raised, which is typical mining industrial region. In one side, I'm a local, but in the other side, I'm external. I'm a stranger. And we decide, okay, let's go and be a locals. We move our team in Kurmograd area, which is the nearest town to the mine site, and we start live there. We hire, we rent apartments or small houses, and we start live there. And we really start here what are the real concerns of the guys, of the locals. At that stage, we had listed around 150 different stakeholders. Around 120 of them against the mining. They just said, we don't want mining, that's it. Doesn't matter what you will promise us. And we put it a plan to sit and talk in individual base with each one of those stakeholders who were against mining. And actually we came to 5 different concerns. One is the local employment. What was the concern? Okay, those guys, those mining guys, they will come here with miners, with ready developed miners. They will mine everything. Yes, they will hire some of the local guys for low paid, low educated jobs, low paid, and for us will stay almost nothing. The second was the blasting. They will destroy the earth with vibrations, with dust, with all those. Our nature will be destroyed. And there is a big agriculture producers on potatoes, tobacco, peppers, and etc. and etc. A lot of veggies. The fourth one was the tailings disposal and drinking water. And the last one was about safety. You know, in the during the old time, during the communist time, for a lot of things didn't been take real care, and people had enough bad experience, not exactly with mining, but with industry. And what's happened? It's happened within less than 2 years, but we've been able to build the trust, first to earn the trust, and then to build the even bigger trust on this first trust. When I'm saying trust, because trust is, you cannot earn once and then you take in account like that's okay, that is completed, put it the tick, and you don't need to take care any longer about that. The trust is every day, has to be approved and has to be developed further. I will just very briefly explain what we did it to address those kind of those 5 major concerns. We get a promise. We promise to the guys there, and I don't say any longer locals because we are locals already. We constructed wastewater treatment plant And in case we need to discharge water, this water is with drinking conditions. For this already 2.5 years to operating this mine, 3 times we discharge water, and water is really with drinking conditions. We had independent controls for those, and also we always advise the government authorities, and they're sending a laboratory, another independent laboratory, to prove that is the drinking water. During the construction, during the permitting, we decide to create a construction integrate mine waste management facility. You will see some photos later on, where we actually will not have a big tailings dams and big waste dumps. We combine this, and we're building like cells. You will see this in the photos. With that, we decrease the footprint of the project by almost by 5 times. The agreed working schedule is 5 days, from Monday to Friday, and mine is working only 2 shifts, day and afternoon shift. And the blasting activities are only twice in the week, on specific times. It's always between 2:15 and 2:30, Tuesday and Thursday, but not every Tuesday and every Thursday. As employment, we hire more than 95% of the people are local people, even people in the senior positions. We hire them early enough to be able to train and educate them what means mining, what means our standards. From 293 employees there, only 7 are not local. I already talked about Natura 2000. For this project, or how to deal with this, we engage a couple of very highly reputable NGOs. They're Bulgarians, but at the same time, they're internationally recognized. And with them, we've been able to develop projects in priority to take care about the turtles, because that's our 2 kinds of turtles which are really protected, and they are unique in the Europe. Only 3 Balkan countries have those kind of turtles, and that's why they are unique. And that's also one of our, I will say, I don't like to use the main selling point, but that is one of the points when we really start build the trust, because people, the local people start talk like that. Okay, if these guys are taking care about turtles that much, they will take care about us as well. And we hire a local people, the citizens from the local municipality, who to work with us on those projects. The other was because here in Balkans, we have a lot of history. And in this area, in Adatepe area or Southeast Bulgaria, it's proven by Bulgarian, German, and Austrian archaeologists and historians. So far, that is the oldest gold mine in Europe so far. For 4 years, that was the biggest archaeological project in Bulgaria, and we funded this 100%. We spent more than 4.5 million Bulgarian level, which is around 2.2 million euros, to do the full archaeological research there. And around 18 tons artifacts was discovered. And all those are belongs to Bulgarian Museum of Archaeology and belongs to Bulgarian Academy of Science. Even further, we developed a contract with the National Archaeological Institute, and they're ongoing monitoring our project till end of the project, life of the project. The other thing what we started even before we have any mining there, we start develop a safety culture. And we help to a lot of the local projects or a lot of the small local companies to upgrade their safety standards. We finance those trainings, we support them to develop them, and even we invite them to visit our other mine, which is Chelopech, the underground mine, and they're coming even now, still coming people from Kronograd or from Adatepe area to see are we treat them in the same way how we treat guys here in Chelopech area. You see some photos.
Ilya, sorry, 2 minutes left.
Yep, I'm on the last couple of slides. I already talked about water and about environmental standards, and that is the integrated mine waste management facility. Actually, our approach is to make a green operations, which means rehabilitation, ongoing rehabilitation from the first day. You already see what is the rehabilitated area, and this photo is from the last year. Now we already have the young trees there. And many more to come. I would like to invite any one of the participants in this conference. You are welcome to visit any one of our mines, any one of our projects, and we are ready to share with you. Today, for this week, we have visitors from one Bosnian project. They are here in Chelopech because there will be underground mine. And the same, I just like to repeat, all of you are invited to visit our operations. Okay.
Ilya, thank you very much for your presentation. One more great presentation. I also have a question or two from your presentation. We will discuss a little bit more later on in 20 minutes or so. You had written in your presentation that you established SME fund. You also showed the number $5 million US were invested in SMEs in that region. Can you say a little bit more words? What is this SME fund?
Yes, okay, that came actually as idea, that came after we start talk with those, our, say, the negative NGOs. At the moment, there is no any opposition. Actually, at the moment, we have many questions, how we can exist the life of mine. Because it's already our mine there, the community and the company. The SME, it's a fund which supporting small, micro, small and medium enterprises. Because one of the concerns, and as I'm a guy from the mining region, there is always concern, okay, the mine is here, we'll have a nice life when mine is here. Big salaries, a lot of employment, but what will happen after that? And there is a lot of examples in the countries like Australia, like Canada, like USA, when miners are going, and even in Bulgaria, when mining industry is going out, people are leaving, which means there is no future. That's why we decide, okay, let's make sure after us here will be a community. Kronograd community was one of in the bottom 10 communities in the country, lowest salaries, the highest immigration rate. Actually, when we opened the mine there, 52 of our employees are people who came back from Western Europe to work for us. Actually, we have this process is already vice versa. And with this fund, we even increase or speed up this returning process or re-immigration process, how we start already call. The idea is we to support businesses which have nothing to do with the mining, totally dependent. And there are only two things, only two rules. Those businesses have to be set up in the region, and because to pay taxes there, and those businesses have to have nothing related with the mining. We already have supported, some of them have been existing buildings. We just help them to scale up, or some of them are startups. With this $5 million, actually, we're supporting them, and that's our the donations. We don't asking for those money back. And the bank which are helping us to managing this bank, they really like the idea, and they say, okay, we'll give another $5 million, but with very small rent. Actually, rent is almost nothing, and with very long period of return, which duplicate. Actually, that is not a 5 million, it's a 10 million. And also, we as company, we guarantee for those guys, which added another 5 million. In total, that is around $15 million a fund. And we're really pleased to share for 2.5 years already 57. That's excluding last the second half of 2021. We have already achieved 57 new jobs created, totally dependent from mining. The idea is we totally to replace for the life of the project. This 293 jobs to be replaced with another 293, but independent from the mining. And from this year, we started the similar kind of pilot projects here in the Chelpech municipality, where is our other mine, Chelpech mine. I don't know, did I
Ilya, thank you very much. It seems like you're really doing a great job. Stay with us. We will hear each other in 20 minutes. And now we go to the last speaker who is present in person here in Ljubljana. She's already coming to the stage. I warmly welcome Katja Krumpak she's a head of corporate communication at C Group from Slovenia, and she will talk today about the sustainable pump tracks, innovative use of slag. Katja, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. As mentioned, I come from the corporate communications department of SIJ Group. We are the largest metallurgical group in Slovenia. We are vertically integrated, meaning that we produce steel in a manner of circular economy from, we have scrap divisions. Our core business is steel production, but we also own some distribution and support centers for our customers. The steel production takes place in 2 regions of Slovenia. The town Jesenice and town Ravne na Koroškem, where we employ up to a quarter or up to a third of working population there. It means that we are really integrated into the local community. Also, our plants are almost, let's say, at the center of these both towns. As mentioned, we work not going forward. Is it the battery or? So we are doing our business on the principles of circular economy and sustainable development. On the slide, when we move on, I will take you through our stakeholders about the sustainable development. Now you can see them. As I mentioned, very important for us, our employees, shareholders, suppliers, to which we promote the circular economy model throughout our supply chain. We provide our customers with sustainable solutions, and of course, the social and natural environment. We put a lot of efforts in supporting and developing the local community as well. The socially important projects are really important in order to strengthen the trust, the reputation of the company, and to strengthen our brand, to be the socially responsible company, and to provide the understanding of steel as a multi-purpose material also in the general public and most importantly in the local community. Of course, steel production in our companies is made from steel scrap. So as I mentioned before, and for the byproducts, we have, let's say, excess energy, dust, slag that I'm going to talk a little bit more about today. And we promote the use of steel and byproducts also in sport and sports infrastructure. Let's say the excess heat we give to the town of Ravne na Koroškem, but also we give it as a donation to the Olympic-sized swimming pool. We are also there supporting the local swimming club, so you can see that it is all being integrated and connected. Some background that I will lead you through all the way to the sustainable pump tracks and use of slag. SIJ Group is obviously a business-to-business company. We are supporting sports organizations, cultural organizations, museums, so a lot of different fields of the local community engagement. But today I will focus on sponsorship activation in the field of sports. A path to there was a creation of Mind of Steel brand, also with its own story, a logo. It means a platform that enables us to communicate what good can we do together with the local community and to empower them. So we are not only giving some money to sports organizations, but together with them, we develop some projects, we develop programs, we support them, we empower them. What we keep in mind when we are doing this, that we want to promote steel and also byproducts of steel production, that we do that through a message of Mind of Steel. Mind of Steel is something that our workers, we, our company, live every day. So Mind of Steel is really needed for the steel production, but it is also a state of mind that everybody can use when we want to achieve our goals in life. So as in business, as in sports, as in life. And we connect all this through sport in order to communicate with our target groups of this project, being, as I said, local communities, but also very strongly our employees. And since in this steel production, the right workers are really scarce, also our potential employees are important for us, empowering our sponsorship partners and secondarily or more widely, general public and also our business partners. Mind of Steel activities are being developed together with a brand ambassador, Petra Majdic. She is very well known in Slovenia. She's a former Olympian. She won an Olympic bronze medal at the Vancouver Olympics with her broken rib. So she really is impersonating the Mind of Steel and is really successfully communicating this general level of message. We use her in every yearly action plan in order to connect all our sponsorees. Today, I will present a sponsorship partnership with Olympic Committee Slovenia. Together with them, we have developed many projects over the years. Some of them are really successfully presenting also steel as material. We are constructing steel street workout parks throughout Slovenia with our steel. Last Olympics, Tokyo Olympics 2020, were connecting Slovenia with the Slovenian Torch project for almost 3 months. The torch made of our recycled steel was traveling through Slovenia so that all the target groups were able to connect with this material. And last but not least, the sustainable pump tracks. In this project, we use slag. The first of the project was started in 2015. It's already well known throughout the local communities of Slovenia. So it's a partnership with Olympic Committee. The local community is contributing the land and some basic construction works. And we provide, as in form of a donation, this full construction that is designed and made in our company, Ravne Systems. So it is our know-how and our material. but together with the local community, we are building something good for all generations, for youth, for our employees, to everybody to come into connection with steel and to use it in a really good purpose. The Olympic torch, you can see that the crown and the 5 Olympic circles are made of our recycled steel. With this torch, we also made a contribution to our Ravne na Koroškem location, since in 2020 we celebrated the 400th anniversary of steel production in Slovenia. So we also honored this cultural and technical heritage. The path started and ended in this town. The torch was born in our steel mill. The first to carry it was our employee. He gave it to Petra Majdic, the Mind of Steel ambassador, and then the torch took off around Slovenia. And it also went through town of Jesenice, through town of Ljubljana. Our employees and members of our other sponsors were able to carry it. So we really connected all our target groups. Also, a Mind of Steel bracelet was made, and this was made by the Center of Training with people who are socially challenged, okay? So vulnerable groups are also being integrated. Sustainable pump tracks. This is a very popular infrastructure nowadays. It is a safe and fun sports ground that offers outdoor activity for all generations from 2 years up. It encourages the development of key motorical skills with the up and down and circular movement, and it is suitable for all types of equipment such as bicycles, skateboards, skates, and so on. You can see why this is a common ground where the Olympic Committee of Slovenia can find interest together with us, so we can do something really nice, and also why this is a place for entire community, and the entire community can benefit from such a pump track. What our idea was, not just to build one, to give money for one, but to use our own material, a byproduct of steel production. So it is the pump track, sustainable pump track that we do in this partnership. It is made with the certified slag of our company, Sia Kroni. It lowers the cost for the local community. And of course, one more benefit, less natural material is needed, and this pump track is considered sustainable. Here you can see the 2 photos of how this slag was used for building the bumps and the curves of the sustainable pump track in town of Kranj, so it's in the same region as town of Jesenice. The opening ceremony is also one more point, reference point, where the community is really included. Together with them, we make the program. Here you can see the children from the local kindergarten making a performance. The mascot of the Olympic Committee, Foxy, was there for the children. Some local sportsmen riding bikes and skates were performing on there. In the middle, you can see a table with 5 plexiglass boxes. These boxes are filled with slag, different sizes of granulation. We wanted the community to come close to the material, to take a look at it, to feel it. Some children took some granulates home. So we wanted, and there also was an expert from Sia Kroni there to answer all potential concerns that may arise among the general public about the use of this material. And on the photo below, you can see an information board that is standing permanently by the pump track, giving, of course, instructions about the use of pump track, but also stating why this pump track is sustainable, what slag is, and how it is used, how it was used in the building of this pump track. So in October of this year, we had a very happy day for all of us, for all the partners of the project and this Kranj local community. It was the first day of sports and gathering place at the new pump track they got. So this is just one of the possibilities how to promote the material to get people to touch it, to feel it, and to see the benefit of its use. So as steel is already widely used in the sports and sports infrastructure, the slag is maybe not so well known. It's a more hidden material, but nevertheless, we strive to promote our core business steel and also all the byproducts and our sustainable development efforts to our all our target groups, mainly to the local community, and we strive to be good neighbors. Thank you.
Katja, thank you very much for your presentation. You were really nice, and your presentation was great. It is a great example how you do it. Because you're an expert in communication, in promotion, I have some questions from your field, so we won't go into technical details. Being a financial sponsor to local community, it seems like an easy way, of course, if you have money. But supporting local communities with projects like you did takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. It is a different way to promote the company and support local community. Why do you do this? It is because of building companies, a trademark, because of engaging local community people. What are reasons?
The reason is we are very well aware of the support that the local community is giving to us. Our plants are in the Jesenice and Ravne Koroška for many years. A lot of people there refer to it as the mother factory. So you see, we have this social license to operate, but it is an ongoing effort and a lot of responsibility. So we just want to not just give money and have logo placed somewhere, but we want to leave an impact together with local community. So we hear their needs. If they want to build a new sports park, we are there to say, hey, we can support you. We can maybe donate this steel street workout park, or from this year on, we can also build a sustainable pump track. Why not? And there are also some more benefits as just to being supportive. You can, as I said, promote your materials. You can promote the steel, you can promote slag. Being a business-to-business partner, you need other points of references with the local community in order to be well accepted there.
This is also what I wanted to ask you, because you are a business-to-business company, and you are trying to promote also your materials and knowledge among children who are really not your customers, because you're business-to-business. So
why?
Why? And you need to be supported also by the board, the highest board of the company. They need to be behind of this, because if CEO says, no, we are business to business, we won't go into the promotion among children. Yes, why? And how is the board supporting this?
Of course, all of these goals that we are talking about now are in line with our business goals. As I mentioned, we need to really proactively work on our potential employees for the future of our business. So children are very well our target group. You see, taking home one of the granulation of the slag, bringing it home to saying to parents, look, mom, our pump track in the neighborhood is built out of this, and it's really nice, and it's not environmentally questionable, something bad, yes. It is dispersing the concerns, and it's building trust, and it's based on transparent relationship.
Great. Katja, I really think that you're doing a great job, and you can be a role model also for other companies, not from your sector, but also from other sectors here in Slovenia and abroad. So thank you for your presentation, your time. We will discuss at the very end in the panel discussion. So I'm looking forward to chit chat and discuss with you later on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will now ask technical crew to bring us back other two guests. So Ivana and Ilya. Ivana and Ilya, I have also now some questions for you. It will be the same question for both of you. Where your company struggles the most at the moment? And maybe we can start with Ivana, because ladies first.
Company, it is hard question, to be honest, and it is, when you refer to the company, to the Rio Tinto, it is a global company operating at the whole continents and worldwide. Here in Serbia, we do not have operation. We are developing this other project aiming to open a mine and do all that in accordance with the legislation system here in Serbia, following the strict rules of the Rio Tinto international standards and of course European Union that Serbia showing a citation too. So what is the struggling the most? At the moment it is facing with this opposition towards the project, but not as opposition as it such, rather the massive misinformation about this project. So that is I would say the hardest moment to break through with the information that we do have in our hands in the moment, and to kind of do demanti of the incorrect information that are being distributed around the other project.
Thank you very much. Ivana, Ilya, similar issues? Ilya, we cannot hear you.
Now, can you hear me? Okay. Sorry for this issue. Actually, quite honestly, we don't face those kind of issues now. Similar like our colleagues and friends from Rio Tinto. At the moment we have, that's why I will not say where we are struggling, I will say where are our challenges at the moment. As challenges, we have two upcoming projects which we will build. One is, both of them are greenfield projects. One is in Serbia, the other one is in Ecuador. For us, that are two new jurisdictions where we will have production mines or operating mines. And in additional of that, that is the Green Deal in Europe. But again, that is not a challenge, that is opportunity for us. And I think with the mining sector needs to pay a bit more attention to help to European citizens to understand this Green Deal needs resources. And those resources are coming only from mining sector. Doesn't matter where is this mining sector, but it's a still mining sector. I'm referring to some of the earliest talks from people from the other panels.
Ilya, before I go to the question from the chat to Ivana, I have one question for you from your presentation. You said that you are working with NGOs, really good. Can you, this is one of the toughest problems, not just in Bulgaria, but all around the world, I guess. So how do you go to the NGOs and how do you engage them in your projects so that you can work hand in hand with them? Because this is kind of magic.
I will refer again to this magic word, which is trust. Of course, in the beginning, in this ADATP project, they didn't like to talk with us because in their minds was built the imagination of the mining industry that we are bad guys who are going and corrupted them, pay them something, they to say good things to us, which is not a case. And I personally contact those guys when I set more than 120. That means we had more than 200 individual meetings, but it's a serial meetings. It's not only one meeting. Okay, let's talk about. I'm a miner. I can talk about mining. I'm a mining engineer by my background. You're the, for example, this with herpetologists, with turtles. Okay, you guys are the experts of that. Help us. You're saying we're destroying the nature. Okay, help us. We don't destroy the nature. And in the beginning, they didn't believe that what they really didn't believe. we're ready to work with them. But then we signed a contract that will finance them, but whatever they say, that's what will be done. And we put it that's part of our obligation. I mean, public obligations. We to report why they are not happy with us. And at the same time, they to report. So far, there is no any report like that. And this with the Natura 2000, this was accepted and recognized as an example of the best available standards in the EU Parliament and EU Commission. And that's how to say, and actually we ensure them we don't need this glory. It's a glory for them because they've been able to manage us to be a green, responsible citizenship in this area. The same with archaeologists, the same, pretty same. In the beginning, they think we just will take a diggers there, we just will make a mess, and they have to cover legally this mess. No. We'll go there, we'll start dig a mine. Then when you give us permission, and we publicize that, we make this public, which means everybody, every single person can hold us accountable. Why we don't fulfill our obligations or our promises. Or in
so giving the credit to the NGOs and to the people is really important, and just honestly say, I don't know nothing, or I don't know about this topic. Can you please help me? So this is building a trust. And maybe the trust is also a part of the answer to the question to Ivana. What do you think about the future of your project, so Jadra project, considering that you have big problems with the community? Because we can see there is a lot of protests in Serbia about this, especially in the last days, as these were in media, also Reuters reported. And also the scientific community is divided and has different size. Maybe a few comments and answers to this.
My answer to this is actually that while we are seeing all this in the public media, what is happening, we do not see what is happening exactly at the field, and that yes, the people who are working for this company and for this project are every day under the certain pressure of those people who are against the project. However, there are also people who are supporting this project. What we can do, and we can do only what is in our, let's say, area of responsibilities, and we continue to developing this project. If you ask me, do I believe the future? Yes, I do believe in the future of this project, and I wouldn't be here if I do not believe. We do continue with our internal studies. So yes, we still need some time to complete studies to answer some of the questions that are already communicated that are topic in the external audience. So we need some time to finish those studies, and by completing these studies and along the way, working at the feasibility study where we are now, we are also finding improvement and finding solutions for some of the problems that are being in the area of interest of the external audience. Scientific community is also divided, and when you asked me previously what I see as a main struggle is actually to communicate data that we have in the hands, and not to misinterpret those data that we are providing, and also what we can do is actually to continue to inform, I can repeat, the words of the previous speakers to this session, to be transparent, to be open, to provide, and we are open to communication. However, some of the groups do not want to engage with us, do not want to talk to us. So it is again choice of each of us.
Thank you very much also for this answer and information. And I will wrap up this with a personal question for both of you. We saw today quite some photos, you as a geologist speaking with people, with community. It all seems nice, and that you're having a great time communicating with people. Is it a good feeling when you when you become a part of this community. So from your personal perspective.
Yes, yes, it is. And it is, that is the beauty of this job, actually, to be a geologist, how I feel it is actually that you do go there. And as I mentioned, yes, it would be good if I had some trainings, if I had more structural knowledge and so on. But, you know, to communicate with the people and to explain who you are, where are you coming from, why do you do this, and how they actually do listen and they do want to talk with you. And it is the, you know, actually working with people is the best part of this job. So that is a great. As I said, we as a scientist, geologist, we do change our mind, and we have to keep thinking that other people do also. So it is right of the people to change their minds and to, you know, not to provide you support. So it is so human.
Ilya?
Okay, 17.5 years I used to work underground. As underground miner, chief boss, mine captain, mine superintendent. And one thing what I learned from this, you know, you have to trust people, you have to way how to communicate with them, even not non-verbal. Because in underground mine, you cannot see people. There are kilometers. There is even times where for all shift, you see only 2 or 3 guys because there is an issue and you have to deal with this. But you trust the rest of the guys, they will do their job in their best. And that is helping. And yes, really, when you see, when people start change their minds and when they say the most precious moment when they say, okay, enough talks, I'm with you. That is the most.
From time to time, you need to jump into the mud with all
Absolutely.
the people there. Thank you, Ivana. Thank you also, Ilya, for your answers, for your information that you shared with us. I wish you both to have really successful projects in the future, and that you will be bringing bright future to also to the local communities and to your all stakeholders, including your companies, of course. And this is everything for this part. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is next? It is a lunch. 1 hour of lunch. We will be back at 2:30 with the last part of this year's Adria Innovation Day. We will dive into some specific practical cases from risk countries, and we will wrap up this event with a panel discussion. It will be really interesting. So don't go away. Just take 1 hour of lunch and see you soon. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last part of Adria Innovation Day 2021. Beside my license to speak and moderate this event, I received after this lunch break also license to sit. So from now on until the end of the event, I will be sitting here, and I will be joined by another guest today. So Katya, which you already were listening today. But first we go to the presentation of 4 showcases, presentations of legislative frameworks and social license to operate experiences in other risk countries. So we will see best practices and examples from implementation. And we will start at the very south in Greece. And it is a great honor, and I warmly welcome Miranda Lampu, head of the Department of Development and Policy Analysis for Mineral Raw Materials at the Directorate for Mineral Raw Materials and Ministry of Environment and Energy. Miranda will be presenting Greece mining legislation towards social acceptance. Miranda, welcome, and the stage and 8 minutes are yours. Please.
Thank you very, very much. Let me share the presentation. Well, Is it visible to anyone, please?
We can see it, but we cannot see it at a full screen. So if you go with your mouse button,
Yes,
top
now it's
right.
okay.
Oh yes, now it's working perfect.
Okay, well, I am Miranda, and also I have a second name, Diamantula, so whatever you want. Good afternoon from Athens. As you said, I'm a civil servant working in the Ministry of Environment and Energy. The raw material sector, the central administration of the sector belongs to the Ministry of Environment and Energy. First, I would like to thank all the Adria organizers for offer me the opportunity to listen and also to share our views regarding social acceptance. Initially, let me start with the Greek mineral profile, because Greece has a long tradition on mining. In Greece, we have many mines, bauxite, laterite. These two are combined with metallurgical facilities. We have magnesite, mixed lead and zinc sulfides mine. We have also industrial minerals, quarries, such as perlite, bentonite, pozzolan. Also have marble and aggregate quarries, which are necessary in the local level to cover the construction needs. The people that they are working in these mines and facilities are around 7,000. Greece has the advantage to be the first in perlite, bentonite, and bauxite production in EU. Also, we have a strong export capacity in marble products, as it is shown in this diagram here. These data are during the year 2019. We are working in the administration, so I want to apologize to Manuel. I will talk about legislation. Our permitting system in Greece is based in two main pillars. The first pillar is about the absolutely mining and quarrying laws. We have the mining law for metallic minerals. We have the quarrying law for marble, construction materials, and industrial minerals. And also these are combined with the environmental law. The provisions of the environmental law is in line with the EU directives. And finally, we have the criteria that should be followed by the investors in order to do their job, to do the quarrying or mining work in a proper and a stable in a sustainable way. This is defined by the regulation of mining and quarrying works. Here you can see a simplified diagram concerning the permitting steps that are needed in order for someone to start up a mine. Briefly, the investor has to succeed with an exploration permit, then a mine concession, then environmental permit, and finally, the investor should have a technical study approval. And then all the things are ready in order to proceed with the mining processing. Now let's go to the legislation provisions that focus on social knowledge, social trust, social impact. First, before mine exploration, we are on the procedure in order to achieve an exploration permit. Mine exploration in Greece can be requested by anyone. We call it in Greece mining freedom. The request should be applied to the regional authority, not at the ministry, to the regional authority. If drilling or extended excavation is needed during exploration activities, then it is necessary an environmental impact assessment study. This study is announced to the local newspapers for 45 days for public consultation reasons. Also, the regional council opinion is necessary in order this study to be approved. Moreover, after the EI study approval, after the EI study decision, the local community has the right of recourse to a court and to stop the exploration. Finally,
excuse me, 2 minutes left.
Oops. The exploration permit, I feel sorry, the exploration permit for metallic minerals is given by the head of the region and not again from the ministry. So it is totally a regional case. I mean, in terms of social trust and acceptance. I will skip, this is the same route through the exploitation permit. Again, EIA study, approval, announcement, and so on. Our provisions in Greece claim that the developer, the operator, the investor should has the obligation to provide a guarantee for rehabilitation planning. These are the amount of money that existed during 2019 for mines and quarries. This is again taken in our account the social trust. Also, the social trust through our provisions goes through the mining inspection. All the mining inspection data are annually published in the web, so are visible to anyone. Here it is a figure showing us the fatal accidents during 2019. The information to social is very important for Greece, for Greek government and Greek administration. Building societal trust is going through the potential of administration staff. So we have in Greece around 120 people working as civil servants, and they are specialized in mineral resources and geology. Also we have the official advisor of our survey of geological and mining exploration. Building societal trust means to us that the direct revenue we have, the public revenue we have from mining and quarrying activity, an amount of this should go directly to the municipalities that are affected from the mining and from the quarrying activity. Here you can see that from the state-owned mines and the mines that are considered via presidential decrees, these are the direct revenue in public. The direct revenue in public, around up to 40% goes directly to municipalities affected by mine, and from the revenue which caused by the quarrying activity, 50% goes directly to the municipalities affected by quarries. Societal trust means to us access to information. We have a special site where all active quarries and mines, we show their information, their spatial figures and data. Also, annually, we report the mining and quarrying activity in Greece. We have the transparency portal where all the administrative actions and decisions uploaded uploaded on the internet. The data, the information is visible to anyone. Also, we have a special database, again visible to anyone, where all the environmental decisions are uploaded. Finally, we have also the link where the registration of the environmental study is the progress of this study is done digitally. Except our legislation and our provision, I would like to mention two recent cases where the administration acted. The first case, in order to support a new mine, we take the initiative to make a meeting with the municipality, with the representatives from the municipality. I don't have any news at the moment, but I'm sure I have news to show you to the next Adria meeting. In the second case, we take an initiative as an administration in an active mine, where some problems occurred during a tailing dam construction. So we took the initiative to make up and to make an ad hoc committee as an observer of this construction. Thank you for your attention, and sorry for the time.
Miranda Diamantula, thank you very much for your presentation. Not to worry about the time. We will just skip a question or two, and therefore we will move to another speaker. If we will have enough time at the end of this session, then you will come back and we will have a little discussion at the very end of this part. So thank you once again. Greetings to Greece, and we move forward a little bit more to west. We go to Italy, and I warmly welcome Mauro Lucarini and Monica Serra from Italian Institute for Environmental Protection and Research. Mauro and Monica will present Italian regulatory situation in the extractive field. What problems do they have and what is their perspective? So Mauro and Monica, the stage and next 8 minutes are yours.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. I will show my presentation together with my colleague Monica. So I will begin with the first part of the presentation, then Monica will continue with the second part. I will share my screen. I don't know if you can see my presentation. My colleague and I work together in ISPRA, as you said, and in the Department of the Geological Survey of Italy. And we are both geologists dealing with mining issues. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Italian regulatory situation in extractive sector. The mining legislation in Italy is dated back to almost to 1 century ago, with the Royal Decree of 1927, legislative rules to regulate the research and cultivation of mines of the kingdom. This decree defines the mining legislation at national level, introducing 3 fundamental elements for mining activity: separation of the concept of the ownership of the surface, which can be private, from that of the subsoil, always state property; subdivision of mining activity in two categories, mines and quarries; introduction and regulation of the licensed institutions for mines. So the Royal Decree subdivides mines and quarries in 2 categories: depending on the extractive activity. Mines are state assets. Quarries are availability of the landowner. Subsequently, in the 70 years, between 1978 and then until 2009, quarries, pit bogs, and mineral waters have been delegated and transferred to the regions, and in some cases delegating to the provinces. While for mining stocks, the regulations have been delegated to the regions in the last years of the 90s. For the discipline of, concerning disciplines procedures for granting of exploration permits, the presidential decree in 1994 was released by the Ministry of Economic Development for the national competencies and regional offices, for including some other regulations, concessioners data and address informations, duration of concession, royalties. For each extraction activity, was stated that should be required an environmental impact assessment. In these three cases, at national level for prospecting, researching of offshore oil, at regional level for inshore quarries and pit bogs producing more than 5,000 cubic meters per year, and or a regional screening procedure for inshore mineral deposits. Alongside the royal decree, there are two other important regulations: the mining policy regulations and the most recent extractive waste management regulations. Concerning mining policy, the presidential decree in 1959, policy regulation for mines and quarries, and the legislative decree 624 of 1996 concerning the improvement of the safety and the health of workers, ensured protect the safety and health of workers, ensure the regular performance of the work in compliance with the safety of third parties and activities of preeminent general interest, guarantee the good governance of the fields. The policy regulations for mines and quarries apply for prospecting, research, and cultivation of first and second category mineral substances, to the works carried out in plants connected to mining activities, to the work carried out in plants that constitute appurtenances, even if located outside the perimeter of authorizations, the work of crushing, screening, squaring, and transport of the products, and to the sites of former mining activities and their eventual reuse. Main activities regulated by this decree are supervision of the use of explosive and its correct use, periodic and extraordinary checks on plants, supervision over the health and safety of workers, safety of critical landslide areas both in rock and land, the prediction and measurements of vibration levels induced by explosives, and regular fulfillment of provisions.
Mauro, Monica, excuse me, 2 minutes left.
Yes, I leave the floor to Monica.
Okay, good afternoon to everybody. I'm Monica Serra, a colleague of Mauro. I continue the presentation with the extractive waste management regulations that are very important in these last years. This argument is introduced by the Directive 2006 number 21, the Directive on Mine Waste, that in Article 5 introduced the waste management plan. But the decree, also the decree, Italian decree to that adopt this directive, same the same thing. that the waste management plan is reserved only for industries in activity. And it is very important because traces the waste from birth to death of the wastes and is an integral part of the documentation to be produced in design phase of the mining activity, therefore valid only for active or future extractions, industrial extractions. We have an important question, and we would like to find a solution on to manage all the mine wastes that characterize many territories of Italy and of other countries where there was an intense mining activity in the past. Next, please. So the directive and also the Italian decree talk about mining waste, and in particular for all the mining waste, they introduce in the Article 20 the necessity to realize an inventory of all the facilities, basins, and apps that can represent or can represent in a short time an hazard for humanity, for human health, or for the environment. In fact, many of these basins and other HEPs in the past created very catastrophic incidents, and so it's necessary to have an idea where they are in the territories of the different European countries. So for Italy, ISPRA was delegated to realize this inventory. We as ISPRA realized this inventory in 2012, and we have realized also an updating of this document in May 2017. And in this document, there are the position and the characteristics of all storage facilities of ancient times. Next, please. These wastes are very important because they contain sometimes some critical raw materials that are present also in the European list of critical raw materials. So it's important to know also the composition of these wastes in the idea to apply circular economy also in mining world, to find solutions to remining these storages, these wastes that are sometimes rich in particular elements as fluoride, cobalt, bismuth, vanadium, antimony, beryllium. They are some of elements present in the mining waste, but also present in the European critical raw material lists. So could they represent a new deposit to be exploited? We think that maybe it is possible, but in Italy we couldn't have experience in this, but we have studied the Spanish case of the Penuta mine, and in this situation they are remaining all the mining waste, and they are commercializing the products. Next, please. Other indications, European indication, suggest to study this problem, and also European Commission presented in 2019 two important documents to involve European countries to use extractive, management plans extractive management plans to remaining to reuse, recover these materials that sometimes is better don't call wastes, but also new material, secondary raw materials maybe. Yes, next, please. This is an image that maybe you have seen many times in this last periods. That is the application of a circular economy also to the cycle of life of a mine. So when we arrive to the waste after the mining, after the purchasing and all the steps of a mining life, you can recycle also the waste. This is an indication, but we haven't many examples of this. But in Italy, we haven't examples because we have also a problem caused by the law. We have a very ancient law, mining law, that doesn't permit to remine mining waste because they are classified as wastes. And for Italian law, you can't remine the waste. So Italian government necessity for Italian laws is necessary update the old law, mining law, and also actualize it with these recent indications. So it's important to find the solution to apply circular economy also to mining world. Next, please. So in this situation, we as ISPRA and as a Geological Service of Italy, we are working with other ministries as the Environmental Ministry and also the Ministry of Economical Resources. We are working together to find solutions. Also, we have established a working group with regions and autonomous provinces of Italy that manage the permissions, the mining and quarries permissions. And so we are trying to update the law and to write guidelines to be as an example to be that help to go on in this field. Please, next. Okay. So these are some other activities of ISPRA that is working also in another European project, an Impel project, with other European partners. We are trying to deepen the same problem also with other countries and to recover and reduce all mining wastes. On a national level, we are also working with regions, as I said, and other possible solutions to the above mentioned problems may come out from the project under the EIT Raw Materials Cava 9 call, with which we hope to present a project for next call. We hope. And maybe next we have only to thank you for your attention, and I and Mauro, thank you. We have finished.
Mauro and Monica, thank you for your presentation. It was, we can see that it is a complex problem, yeah. Entire regulation, but on the other side, I saw that picture you had, there was a specific button, it was written mine, and there was a specific sign for a specific cryptocurrency. So in this part, the regulation is even at the lower level. Thank you very much for your presentation. Unfortunately, we ran out of the time for more questions, so we are going further on a little bit more to now. So greeting to North, greetings to Italy, okay. And we go to Slovakia.
Okay.
And I warmly welcome Tomáš Paulik, who is the director of the Košice Regional Center under EIT Raw Materials. And Tomáš will present us social license to operate case studies in Slovakia. So we go from regulation to back to social license to operate. Tomáš, the stage and 8 minutes are yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please say me if my presentation is shared correctly. It's okay. Okay, then. Okay, thank you very much. Once again, my name is Tomáš Paulik. I represent EIT Raw Materials Regional Risk Hub Center in Košice. So basically, we are colleagues with organizers of this conference from Adria Hub. Our hub is based at the Technical University of Košice. Activities performed by Faculty Berg. When I was approached by the organizers whether I can contact a suitable SLO expert from our region, during my calls and contacts and so on with important actors from Slovakia, I found out that no one in Slovakia actually deals with SLO issues in a way like conceptually or systematically. That's why I had trouble finding a speaker, and that's a helpful finding too, because we've identified a gap for improvement, let's say. And for this reason, today I will briefly present a study case. Which we worked on within the project H2020 called Miriel, where a special work package dealt with the issue of SLO. The first case is from the village of Kalnica, where the intention was to mine uranium. By the way, if you look at the list of cases, you may notice that uranium will occur up to 3 times, from which it can be concluded that it is a potentially unwanted raw material for the population. And in terms of mining technology, also maybe gold, which occurred 2 times. And this was also negatively perceived. Although it may also be a site with a historical gold tradition. This case was still in the exploration stage. It is a small village with 1,000 inhabitants, an average age of about 40 years and a low unemployment rate. As you can see in the picture, uranium was the impetus for Greenpeace activists who thus opposed all uranium-related efforts in Slovakia. It was a project of Betsko Minerals company. Local authorities were also against the mining, and the project was terminated at the end. Next in line is the case of Bystričany, where VSK Minerals wanted to mine andesite. And this village is situated in a region with a strong mining background, where coal is mined. So residents are used to this type of activity, but on the other hand, they also know the negatives. Almost 2,000 inhabitants, average age 40, and unemployment 5%. The local authorities were against the mining, and the final result was the rejection of the project. It is worth mentioning that mining has a very important economic role for this region, as coal mines are the largest employer in the region, which will change soon as the mine will end in in a few years, and the region will transform. Another case, Novaki, is geographically very close to the previous case, and we are still in the mining region. The intended raw material in this case was lignite, bronco. This involved the expansion of the production of existing mining. Again, a very strong mining awareness, but it was a controversial raw material which did not like Greenpeace. In principle, this is the only case where local authorities have sided with the miner, and at the same time, the project has been allowed. This is the only case in which of these presented cases, the project was allowed, actually. Next case, Kremnica, gold. Kremnica is a small town with over 5,000 inhabitants and almost 7% of unemployment. Kremnica is a historic...
Excuse me, 2 minutes left.
Okay, okay. It's historically very strong region. Gold and silver have been mined here since the 10th century, which lasted until the 70s. So far, the state mint has been operating here. Currently, mining tourism predominates here. In this case, a private miner was in conflict with the local civil association, which led to the suspension of the project. In another location, the miner was interested in enlargement of exploration of the bentonite deposit. It is a locality Bartoshova Lehvodka, very close to Kremnica, so mining history still prevails here. It is a very small village with more than 350 inhabitants. Unemployment is slightly higher than average. Okay, I'll be brief because of time. The project was terminated under pressure from the opponents of mining. Považský Chlumec in the north of Slovakia. The game was to grant a license to mine gravel. And in a region with minimal history in mining or mining history, the local community which was opposed to mining enforced its views, and the project was eventually terminated. It will be gold again, this time in Getva. It is an exploration area for gold mining in a small town with almost 15,000 inhabitants. In the end, this project did not find support from either local authorities or residents, and the project was also terminated. We have only 2 cases of uranium left. The first is in a very small village, Novoveska Huta. And the village has only 62 inhabitants, so very small, and is located in the Košice region. Local community and Greenpeace were against mining. Project was terminated, and the miner is the same as in the next case. And the next case is Jahodna. This is a recreational area near the city of Košice where we live, where rich uranium deposits have appeared. And this case basically affected the whole city, but the immediately surrounding small populated towns. This case was highly publicized, and even the government joined the opponents of the mining, despite the fact that the case lasted quite a long time. The last opinion is, or resolution is, that it will not be mined. Okay, and to wrap it up, in terms of the influence of the population and stakeholders, these audiences have a very strong influence on whether or not they will be mined. And this was the case in 12 out of 13 cases. Interestingly, interesting is only in one approved case where the authority is on the side of the miner. It also says a lot about how to communicate with the authorities. However, the overall mood of the population can also be attributed to the historically recent way of miners in the times of communism, when miners neglected the final stages of the production and production cycles in the finalizing. And in Slovakia, there were many sludge ponds, tailings, and devastated places after mining. So that is why it is necessary to be aware of the role of groups such as we are in order to thoroughly explain the benefits of current environmentally friendly mining technologies, the principles of the circular economy, and so on. That's all. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Because we are short on time, please just give me one answer, because I am really curious. It will be just a number so that we will squeeze into a time. How do you see the future of mining in Slovakia if we have a scale from 1 to 5? So 1 is very bad and 5 is very good.
From 1 to 5, yeah. I don't know really. Let's take the gold way. Let's take 3, I would say. That's my opinion.
Yes, so somewhere in the middle. Tomáš, thank you very much for your presentation. We saw how is the current situation in Slovakia regarding mining. And we go to the last speaker in this session before the final discussion. And we go to Spain, and I warmly welcome back Manuel Reguero. Hello, Manuel. You are here again. And Manuel will show us some cases from Spain. Manuel, the stage again is yours, please.
Okay, thank you very much again. Let me tell you first of all that talking to Matea, she asked me, can you show us some cases in Spain of this problem with the people around mines and all that stuff? I told her, well, I have a presentation which covers how the mining sector in Spain has or is trying to convince people that we can do it right, and this is by turning the environmental damage caused by mining into environmental assets. So the original presentation would cover all these things that you can see here, the environmental impact of mining and the contribution of mining to all these things, meteorological knowledge, geological, hydrogeological. But I will go directly to how to transform, because remember that we have, in this conference, we have repeated many times that basically the main problems with people around mines is that people think that mining is horrible for nature. So they are already convinced of that. So it's very difficult for companies to convince back that this is not like that. And one of the ways is transforming the mining areas into places where they can see that the damage is not only zero, but that instead of having a damage area, what you have is an asset for the community. And so we can start with the most paradigmatic mining area in Spain that is called the Medullas, where the Romans exploited gold in the north of Spain. And this, if you look at it from the environmental point of view, is, you know, that the landscape has been destroyed and damaged. But happens that this is now World Heritage. So the very case is very curious how an exploited area, destroyed area by mining is now World Heritage. So, and this is the basic idea that I want to transmit today. For example, this is another case in Spain. In North Spain, we have this lignite mine. This is how it looked while the mine was in operation. This is the project, and this is how it looks now. So you can transform a lignite mine into a fantastic and beautiful lake, which has a lot of leisure zones, beaches, sailing, everything that one can decide in an area. Instead of this, now you have this. And this can be done by the mining sector. And so after taking all the mineral that there is there, you can recover the land and give the population around the social environment there a better environment. This is another case near Madrid. This is where we have the gravel pits in the Jarama River. And now, not only is an area, a leisure area where you can go and enjoy the landscapes and the lakes, but also is a place for birds to come in their annual movements to the north. And so it's now a reservoir of birds instead of being a very bad looking gravel pit. And other cases of valorization of mining areas are, these are the Roman quarries in Cordoba, which are now a restaurant, or this is a beach in La Coruña, which is now also a restaurant. This, believe it or not, was a mine. The beach was exploited for titanium and also for gold. And now the beach is a beach again, and it has a restaurant on the facilities of the mine. More typical, we have seen in the Italian presentation today, an area where they have, I think it's in Corsica, iron mines that now you can visit, and there is more train inside. And we have done that same in Spain in this mine in Badajoz. So you can visit the mine and you can use it as a place to know, to obtain knowledge about your resources, and also places to study geology, really. This is another case in Catalonia, where we have a huge salt mine. The Salt Mountain is called in Cardona, and now you can visit this, and it's also a fantastic place for tourism. Another way of valorization mining areas is like in the case of Puerto Llano, where we have a coal mine, and now they are producing these fantastic agricultural products. Or this iron mine in Cantabria, this was an iron mine, and it's been transformed into a zoo, an open zoo. So you can visit the zoo and see rhinos, rhinoceros, elephants, and things like that. In some of the places like this in Seville, this was a granite quarry that is being transformed into a leisure zone and an auditorium. Or these multi-use quarries in Menorca. This is sandstone quarries. You can see the sandstone quarries here, and now they've been used as a place for music, or for visiting, or for studying the old craftsman of stone craftsmen. So it's been transformed in a public place for the use of everybody. Of course, the typical thing you can do with tips is reclaim them, and you can see here some very nice reclaim areas that you can. This is the original. This is its reclaim areas. You can see that it's difficult to know that there was a mine here. So this gives mining another view for the people in general, because they see that after exploiting the resource, you can recover the land no problem. This is a tip reclaimed by Endesa, also coal mine, and you can see here all this area that's been already reclaimed. Some other areas left to reclaim. This as a very famous mine, mercury mine in Almaden, which was like this, and now it's been completely recovered. This is a picture of several years ago, and now the tip is now reclaimed. This is another case in Cuenca, where an old limestone quarry has been reused to build an auditorium inside, the auditorium of Cuenca. And another case is in Lanzarote, where there was this pyroclastic quarry that had been transformed by Cesar Manrique, an artist, into a botanic garden, as you can see here. Some other ways of valorization mining areas, like all quarries that can be used for climbing, open climbing, so you don't really recover the quarry, you just use it for people to visit. This is another case similar in Argentina. So as a conclusion, obviously mining has a past full of lights and shadows, but a present with clear ecological and environmental vocation. This is clear from what we are here today. So most miners are interested in having good press and having a good relation with the localities and the people there. But we have to recognize that there's a negative load of this lights and shadow past. But this could be redirected with new ideas to valorize the environmental liabilities that these quarries have left and mines, with reclaiming process that can be done with intelligent and modern technology. Some of the ideas that I have presented here have been used, and are still used all around the world. And in the past, an abandoned mine, quarry, tipo dam were considered basically only as future sources of raw materials as recovery systems were improving. But today, the mine, the quarry, the tip, and the dam are coming to be valued again, because history gives them that value, but we can, if we do it well, multiply that value for 1,000. Thank you very much.
Manuel, thank you very much for this presentation. Also to you, I will give you a short question, and I kindly ask you for quite a direct answer. You showed us really good examples that we can imagine what to do after the end of the lifetime, let's say like this, of the mine. Can you share your perfect idea? What would you do with one mine after the end of lifetime? Do you have some crazy idea maybe?
No. I mean, there are many examples all around the world of what to do with an old mine. But I have shown you some cases that show that an abandoned mine or quarry or pit is a perfect place to reuse it for the social service. So my best idea is each case it has its own world, because it's not the same a kaolin mine than an open dimensional stone quarry. Here in Spain, we have painted in green the faces of an dimensional stone quarry, so we will mix the colors with the surrounding woods, so people can do all sorts of things. We have even done artistic shows inside mines, because mines can be converted into art also. So I haven't shown you all the things. The most important thing is, before you open your quarry, think of what you're going to do when you close it. Because if you do that, then you will save a lot of money, because you will be reclaiming at the same time as you exploit. And then you will tell the people there, look, we are going to exploit this. We're going to take the material, but we will leave you this place better than it was. And you will have a football court, you will have a swimming pool, you will have a lake, you will have an opera place. You can have everything, because it will be for free. The place will be left for you people after we take the mineral, of course.
Manuel, thank you very much. I really like your enthusiasm. I was waiting for some kind of idea like the biggest roller coaster in the world. But other ideas are also perfectly fine. Thank you very much. Once again, Manuel. And we are moving almost to the end of this year's Adria Innovation Day, to the final discussion. And I will host today 4 guests, 3 online and 1 in person. And the first guest who is online is Dragoman Rabrenovic. He is Director of Geological Survey of Serbia. So I kindly ask technical crew to invite. Hello, Dragoman. Further on, we have another guests from Rio Sava Exploration, Ivana Misailovic, you already know from previous parts of this conference, and Ninat Grubin, her co-worker, and my final guest. It is coming here in person, so I will put myself a mask because we will be together. Katja Krumpak from Slovenia. And I'm really looking for this discussion. Katja, hello.
Hello.
We will discuss with our guests, my guests, about some problematic issues regarding legislation, regarding current practices, social license to operate, and we will try to point some steps towards a brighter future. Mr. Dragoman, I will start with you. I will give you a question in English, and you will answer us in your language, and we will translate in shorter form and put it in a chat. So the first question it is, how is legislation in Serbia governing the exploration of mineral deposits in your country? Is it tough? Is it hard?
Ja ću govoriti danas o zakonu o rudarstvu i geološkim istraživanjima i rešenjima koja su doneta u tom zakonu. Kao što je poznato, mi smo početkom 2021. godine doneli izmene i dopune zakona o rudarstvu i geološkim istraživanjima i on se nalazi na sajtu Ministarstva rudarstva i energetike na srpskom i u engleskoj verziji. Tim zakonom se uređuju uslovi i način izvođenja geoloških istraživanja, mineralnih i drugih geoloških resursa u Republici Srbiji. Rešenje o odobrenju izvođenja geoloških istraživanja izdaje Ministarstvo rudarstva i energetike po zahtevu privrednog društva, odnosno drugog pravnog lica ili preduzetnika, odnosno nadležni organ autonomne pokrajine. Ovim zakonom se želelo postići uvođenje takozvanog elektronskog ili e-rudarstva, kojim se procedure digitalizuju, odnosno vreme izdavanja dozvola se znatno skraćuje.
Answer, and I will go further on into the procedures. What is the procedure for obtaining approval for conducting geological research of mineral resources in your country, in Republic of Serbia?
Izvođenje geoloških istraživanja kao izradu prateće dokumentacije vrši privredno društvo, odnosno drugo pravno lice ili preduzetnik koji je upisan u privredni registar za obavljanje te delatnosti u Republici Srbiji. Zakon o rudarstvu i geološkim istraživanjima propisuje koje uslove mora ispuniti privredno društvo u smislu broja zaposlenih sa odgovarajućom kvalifikacijom i kompetentnim licima. Zahtev za dobijanje odobrenja za primenjena, odnosno detaljna geološka istraživanja podnosi se nadležnom organu koji treba da sadrži određene podatke. To su izvod iz registra privrednih subjekata, zatim prilaže topografsku kartu u razmeri 1:25.000, projekat geoloških istraživanja, izveštaj i potvrda o izvršenoj tehničkoj kontroli projekta, dokaz o plaćenoj republičkoj, odnosno pokrajinskoj administrativnoj taksi, kada se istraživanje obavlja na teritoriji autonomne pokrajine Vojvodina, zatim dokaz o pravu korišćenja podataka i rezultata istraživanja koji su rezultat geoloških istraživanja drugog privrednog subjekta, zatim pismo o namerama banke ili, kako bih to skraćeno rekli, takozvanu bankarsku garanciju ili korporativnu garanciju koju je dužan da u roku od 30 dana dostavi po dobijanju rešenja za istraživanje metaličnih mineralnih sirovina ili izjava društva da će u tom roku dostaviti menicu. Kada je reč o nastavku istraživanja gde u zahtev samo se pored navedene dokumentacije zahtev za produženje istražnog roka podnosi se najkasnije 30 dana pre istaka istražnog roka, odnosno odobrenjem za istraživanje pod uslovima da je izvršio najmanje 75% projektom planiranih obima i dinamike istražnih radova. Izveštaj o ispunjenosti tih uslova, da li je izvršeno najmanje 75% od odobrenog obima radova u svakoj godini istraživanja, prikazano u osnovnom projektu i aneksu projekta istraživanja, izdaje Geološki zavod Srbije. Istraženi resursi i rezerve mineralnih sirovina prikazuju se u elaboratu o resursima i rezervama mineralnih sirovina. Potvrda o rezervama i resursima mineralnih sirovina se izdaje od strane nadležne komisije koju imenuje ministar rudarstva i energetike. Podnosilac potvrde, odnosno nosilac potvrde o rezervama ili resursima u trajanju od 6 godina od dana izdavanja potvrde ima sledeća prava. Pravo da dobije rešenje o odobrenju za eksploataciju i ili eksploataciono polje, zatim pravo isključivo korišćenja i raspolaganja geoloških podataka u skladu sa ovim zakonom, pravo da je ustupi trećem licu u skladu sa ovim zakonom i druga prava u skladu sa ovim, da kažem, zakonom.
Very much also for this answer, and now we will go from research of mineral resources to critical mineral resources. Are there some other procedural differences for obtaining approval? So for critical mineral resources.
U Republici Srbije nema razlike za primenjena istraživanja i kritičnih mineralnih sirovina. Isključiva razlika je po pitanju istraživanja metala i nemetala, odnosno metaličnih i nemetaličnih sirovina. Rešenjem o odobrenju za izvođenje primenjenih geoloških istraživanja metaličnih mineralnih sirovina određuje se takozvani istražni rok koji je u trajanju od 3 godine i to su novine, sa mogućnošću produžetka 2+2. Površina istražnog polja može biti u prvom slučaju, odnosno kad je reč o metaličnim mineralnim sirovinama, do 100 km², osim za istraživanje nafte i prirodnog gasa kada je ta površina i 5000 km². Istraživanje podzemnih voda i geotermalnih resursa kada ta površina iznosi 10 km². A kad je reč o nemetaličnim mineralnim sirovinama, dobijanje građevinskih industrijskih materijala, tada se daje takozvani istražni rok, odnosno 2 km², a istražni rok je 2+1 godina.
Mr. Dragoman, thank you very much for all this information, all your answers. Thank you also to the technical crew who are translating this, and you already found some in the chat, and you will find some additional information translated also in the chat. And now I will switch to two other colleagues, Ivana and Nenad from Rio Sava Exploration. Because Ivana and Nenad, maybe not all people were before with us, I will kindly ask you if you can just briefly explain again what are the company's biggest challenges at the moment, are also with regulation or are there some other, and then we will move further on. Hey, start. Ladies first, as we already said.
Yeah, ladies first. You know how it said, two geologists in the room, 3 opinions. So Nenad and I are sitting in the same room, so probably we will share different opinions on this. I would say that, as I mentioned previous the session, that I found as the biggest challenge for this project is actually abuse of the data and misinterpretation of publicly available data. So we are facing with the fact that some of the studies that we are going through are not finished yet, that the external audience asking of us final data that we cannot provide yet in some cases, and also the data we have provided being misinterpreted. So it is a lot of misinformation that I would find as one of the difficulties that the project is facing with. So, and the studies are still progressing, that along the completion of these studies, we are getting to the new data, new information, new solution, technical solution for overall improvement of this project.
Additional question, answers or information regarding this? Nenad.
Okay. Hello, everyone. First of all, just to introduce myself, so I'm Nenad Grubin. I'm a geologist from Belgrade. I work together with Ivana in Rio Tinto in Serbia. I would like to say hello and to greet my professor, Dragovan Brenovic, who I'm used to work together with back when I was the research assistant and teaching assistant at the University of Belgrade. That was now 30 years ago. Okay, so on the challenges that we're facing here in Serbia and globally, I would say, is I'll have a different view, or maybe not a different view than Ivana. I'll just have an alternative view or additional view. I think that a lot of the problems are sitting with the companies themselves. And with that corporate type of thinking that everything is possible and that always the surrounding environment is some causing troubles. Whereas I think that a lot of times the trouble themselves are with the company or in the company. Sometimes companies have unrealistic schedules. Sometimes they think they can develop something, but in reality they cannot. And they sometimes they underestimate the risks, and sometimes they're too optimistic in their programs and schedules and overall estimations of not just geology of resources, but of the surrounding environment. So I think that in order to overcome some of these problems, it is also important to change the way that companies think. I think that mining companies, and this isn't just me thinking, I think I see that in Rio Tinto globally, and I think in other global mining companies, it is important to understand that maximization of profit is not the topic anymore, and it will be about maximization of benefits to the stakeholders, people who live around mines, people who live around future mines, states, and everyone else who is potentially negatively impacted by the mine development. And mining companies should ask themselves, why should those people accept mines? And the only answer, reasonable answer is, well, because of the benefits that mines will bring. But those benefits are not what they call corporate social responsibility and things like that. It will be about the real benefits expressed not only in money, but also in cooperation, in scientific cooperation with local universities and local schools. So those are the things that mining companies should also take into consideration, and they are. I think in Rio Tinto, at least, I think they know they are thinking that when they are talking about problems that they're facing in project development.
Nenad, you highlighted some issues inside the company. How do you address in your company these issues? Do you have some practical advices how to overcome these issues?
Well, it depends on what kind of organization you're working for. If this is a large system like Rio, of course, things are not changing quickly, and it requires a lot of diplomacy and internal work. So not only that we have external stakeholders like governments and local communities and media and everyone else, we also have a lot of internal stakeholders and people who are working in different sectors of the company in strategy and development, research and development, geology, mining, technical, and everyone else. So they're all people who are thinking about things, and it is important to gain support for any new idea, and especially for ideas like the ones that I've just described, because they are, in a way, change of paradigm, change of total, it's a major shift, in fact, is required in order to continue. Let me just give you an example. We are in the lithium exploration project. It is estimated that in order to satisfy the requirements of the European Union and globally the world itself, it will be required as many as 40 to 50 projects the size of the other projects in Serbia in the next 10 years, or maybe 20 years, I'm not sure. But imagine that is almost impossible to find. And then if there are projects like that, it's almost impossible to develop. Average timeline required for the mine development today in the world is about 20 years or more. So we're already late. Unless we change something, unless something major is changed. And that change, again, you asked me about how can we get there? It's just, communicating that requirement and being realistic about the external environment. Just almost impossible to develop a mine without absolute cooperation with the local community and government, local governments and the state government.
This issue that you covered now, uncovered now, you said that 30 to 40 like Yadar projects are needed to reach the goals of Green Deal. Is there a capacity which is as big as this, as you mentioned?
There are plenty of, so I was talking about lithium and I was talking about projected growth and demand in the electrification of transportation, electric cars, basically. So in order to switch, everyone is talking about by 2035, we'll have 50% electric cars. China has even more aggressive targets, the United States as well. So everyone is talking about electrification of transport, and there is a lot of lithium will be needed for that. Also a lot of copper, a lot of cobalt, a lot of other resource materials. So in respect to lithium, yeah, that is about what the projection is in order to satisfy that requirement. That's how much lithium will be needed. And is there enough lithium for that? Probably, yes, when you have a look at the projects that are being developed in Europe, European Union, well, Union and outside of the Union, but inside of EU, you have projects in Austria, you have projects in Portugal, you have projects in Finland. They're all members of the EU. Outside of EU, a big project in Serbia is being developed, Ukraine. So there is lithium. There are plenty of geothermal projects. Lithium is abundant, and the price of lithium is going up. So that will make a lot of projects economic. So it should be okay, but it will again require focus, concentration, debate, constructive debate, and willingness to accept that this is probably not a full-time business anymore, but it is really a cooperation between different entities.
Thank you for these insights, Nenad. Ivana, I would like to go a little bit back to your information. You said that there is a huge misinterpretation of public data, and this is one of the biggest issues. Who is misinterpreting public data? And how do you address this?
It's hard to address this. And who is
interpreting this data, or how are these data misinterpreted?
For example, if we, as a project, that we publish some of the data that are related to some technical details around the processing, or if we publish those, and as we did, then it is going to being reinterpreted by some of the external audience, either coming from the scientists or some scientific societies. So, and then that type of reinterpretation and misinterpretation, like literally quoting the different temperature of some process, let's say, and is going to be circulated through the media, to the social media and so on. And it is really hard to again to do dementi of those information and set back to the beginning. So those data that we have in our hands. So that type of the misinterpretation that was I was referring to. So you know, we do have plenty of the geological data, plenty of the technical data. Some, as I said, a lot of studies and a lot of study work is ongoing at the moment, and we are not in position to disclose everything in advance of the final stage of this. So again, you know, having less data or and then misinterpretation of those, it's really hard to do dementi or to beat them. So somehow it is getting close to us, close to the company to discuss on this. On the other hand, there are also, as we as a company are open to work and to present what we have at the moment with some of the associations and with other scientists, with the geological scientists and so on. And there is always, let's say, open invitation to the different associations to come to us and to ask for the data and for the answers they need. And it is that the type of the cooperation is already established, and we do address some of the questions that we not address, answer the questions that we can answer at this moment.
Thank you very much, Ivana. Hopefully I have a professional from communication here. Katja, you've heard what are problems there with misinterpretation of data. Do you have some experiences also in Slovenia that your data were misinterpreted? How do you communicate your data that interpretation is proper?
You have to always think of how the data will be understood on the other side. So when we are talking about some expert data, we as communicators, we need to, let's say, translate them or highlight the most important things for the local community, for the general public. It is always good to be prepared with the questions and answers as much as possible in advance, so that you are ready when the questions arises. But misinterpretation is always a challenge and always a possibility, of course. It takes much more effort to regain trust and to state the right information when the things go wrong. So it's better to do things in advance as a prevention rather than dealing with it after, if possible.
We were discussing today through the entire event about the importance of communication if we are talking about social license to operate. You are working heavily on communication. You have a communication team, and this is which is very proactive. Can you share with us some activities in your company that are coming? We are talking about the communication activities, projects like you presented today.
Well, I would say that the role of our department is at least double. We are being proactive. We have our own, let's say, projects that we come up with an idea how to integrate, how to connect community, media, whoever the stakeholders are in question. And the other thing, the other role, we are supporting our business. So we are supporting the actions of our experts. We are supporting, we are the one who supports the content that our company has to provide. So the role is double. And then we need to strongly develop our internal communication. Let's not forget that our employees are the ones who carry out the messages of what our company does. and then the media, then the authorities, then the local community, and so on and so on.
What I noticed today, and I guess that most of us noticed or already knew, is that a wide range of profiles are needed for social license to operate. And also on the side of communication, you need various different profiles for such kind of project. What kind of profiles do you as a head of corporate communication need to properly address everything?
Without exaggeration, almost every profile in the company needs to be at some point included. Is it we need them to come out and speak to the public to explain, or we just need some data, some interpretation for our understanding, then we can shape our communication. So basically everybody in the company should be aware of the importance of communication, because the content can be there, but if the attitude of the company is wrong and if the message is wrong, then all is lost. But again, without the content, only communication cannot be done. You have to have transparency, you have to be honest, you have to have arguments and data. So we are just supporting and delivering the message, but the message is of the whole company. And yes, it is always a challenge to get internal experts on board of this, so that they understand the value of their effort of explaining things to us and to integrate their knowledge into communication projects as well.
Thank you, Katja. And now for the wrap up of this discussion, I will try to put you somewhere in the future. So today we are still in 2021, and try now to imagine that we are in 2040. All three of you who are here, you step outside of your house, and please now try to show me and explain us, what do you see? What kind of world do you see? Nenad, I will start with you and then ladies after you. What do you see in 2040?
Just one moment. Am I unmuted now? Okay. Well, thanks for the question. It's an excellent question. So that's 20 years from now. It depends where you live. Unfortunately, not every part of the world will be the same, but I guess that in most expensive towns like Tokyo or New York City or places like that, you'll probably have flying cars and flying bicycles all over you. But I hope that 20 years from now, we will have at least a minimum that will be clean air, clean water, and a normal environment around us. And hopefully by then, mining will come to terms with the rest of the society, if I can put it that way, and it will be done everywhere in a responsible way, in a transparent way. And this is what Ivan and Katja were talking about: transparency and decency in everything that we do. And I hope that that will be a minimum standard for globally. And of course, everything else, like I mentioned, those, I wasn't kidding. In fact, I do think that there will be flying cars and flying bicycles by then, but we will see.
Ivana?
So I don't have a personal vision. If that vision is that in 20 years' time, I will be in physical state, able to go outside in the field and to do geological map. So that is my personal wish. So in 20 years' time to do basic geological mapping. And what world would look like, really don't know. I do believe that we will not have modern life without modern mining. It's something that will go hand in hand. And that I'm a geologist, and I will stay geologist, and I know that how geology is important for the future development. So whatever that future looks like, even if we decide to go and get back to the caves, then it will be like that. However, there are more solid caves that some geological knowledge can help to choose better shelter than some other rocks. So I would like to be to do geological map.
Joanna, thank you very much. It's really nice to hear that you love your job a lot, like a really open-hearted geologist. Please, can you just share where you will be and how will world look like in 2040?
By 2040, I will be going gray, I guess, but I hope that the world is going to get greener. But the path there is going to be tough, I'm sure, because the demands, the expectations, and also the sensibility of public is rising. So the trust and transparency and our common efforts are really, really needed, but the goal is worth it.
Katja, that was really nice to hear. I can see that we will have a very bright future. And with this, we came to an end of Adria Innovation Day 2021. I would like to share some thoughts with you, which I wrote down during this event, and definitely the one that the topic of both legislation and social license to operate are strongly interconnected and require strong efforts and understanding by all sides which are included, that we need a collective action of European Union to gain enough raw materials for the future, of course, in a sustainable way. That secondary raw materials, on the other hand, will become increasingly important, especially after 2030, as the predictions are telling us that Green Deal is producing opportunities on one hand and also issues with raw materials on the other side, which will need to be addressed immediately. And that social license to operate is crucial for the brighter future. And to gain it, there are some things that are strongly needed, and these are communication, honesty, transparency, trust, local hire and purchase, addressing the social risk and engaging local community, that the locals will say at the end of the day, this mine is ours. So I thank you all for being with us for the entire day, and hopefully, not hopefully, we will see each other next year in person somewhere, as we already heard, outside of Slovenia. Take care and have a nice day until the end. Bye.